Jay, that's strangely close to Daniel Jones from the Giants. Daniel, is that you? Beat the Chiefs. Show me. If the Broncos and Russell Wilson can show me that they can beat the Chiefs, then I will start believing.
The crowd up. And so are this defense, and Kansas City won't snap the ball again. The Denver Broncos have beaten the Kansas City Chiefs.
Dave Montgomery on the Lions, former Bear, gonna make this his revenge game for sure. David Montgomery gets the touchdown that ices the game. No! And there's the flag. There's flags. There's flags. There's flags. There's flags. Snap. Hold. Kick.
Denver wins! Denver wins! Let's go!
They open. No!
What happened? Oh shit.
What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome to Only Football. What's going on with Baker, man? 25 yards. It's about to be halftime. We got 25 yards passing for Baker Mayfield. Not happy. Not happy about this. 25 yards. Is it averaging 1 yard per completion? He has how does he have a 50%? His completion percentage of 50 on 14 attempts. Yet he's only averaging 1 yard. What happened? Let me know in the chat. What happened? We got Lily in the chat. What's up, Lily? And we got Daniel Berry Sports Highlights. What's up? Right, let me get Jared Goff with the sack lunch. There we go. Background. Boom. Minimal and no display. And boom. And they're like swimwear. What is going on in this game? How does Baker Mayfield average 1 yard per completion? 1.79 yards per completion? I'm just like, so what? None of my bets hit? Like, interception. I mean, I don't even know how anything. I had to score a touchdown or one touchdown and one field goal in each half. I had 15 yards passing in each quarter. I thought that was a layup. And I checked the box score a minute before halftime, and we got 15 yards out of Baker, and it's like, oh my gosh, what a nightmare of a first half. You may want to fix the echo, Brother K. Okay, sounds better now. Okay, let me know if it creeps up again. Here's Baker Mayfield, caught, and that's Sterling Shepard. Tampa Bay has 3 timeouts, so they can get in field goal range, and they're going to need a big second half. No, he's hit from 65 yards. Excuse me. He has hit from 65. I do like the Tampa Bay right now straight up is plus 680. Jahmyr Gibbs and Rachaad White to have 5 rushing yards in each quarter. Tell me that's at least happened. Baker, 10, 9, 8, firing, caught. Tez Johnson. And then he fumbled the ball, but they're going to say he was down, and then they're going to call timeout. Remember, Tez Bryant, it's Bo Nix's adopted brother. He had his first reception last week, and it was a 70-yard touchdown. It was insane. Great catch by him. He played with Bo Nix at Oregon, and there was a lot of Bronco fans that wanted us to draft him, but didn't end up doing it. Tampa Bay did, and after that catch he had last week, they were like, I told you guys he's it's just one catch, but you know how fans are. So here's a 53-yard attempt with 4 seconds left in the second quarter for Chase McLaughlin to try to put Tampa Bay on the board. 53-yard snap, hold, kick is good. So there we go. Jahmyr Gibbs and Rachaad White to each record 5 rushing yards in each quarter. That has it for me so far. So I just needed that in the second half. Baker Mayfield and Jared Goff each record 30 passing yards. Can't believe that. I thought that was a layup. Each team to score 1 rushing touchdown and 1 passing touchdown each half. Jahmyr Gibbs and Rachaad White each record 10 rushing yards in each half. Well, let's see. Rachaad White has only 14 yards, so we know that didn't happen. And then let's look at the stats here at the end of the first half. We got Jahmyr Gibbs, 161 yards. Amon-Ra St. Brown has a 27-yard reception. David Montgomery has 2 receptions. All right. Jahmyr Gibbs, 161 yards receiving in the first half. Any possible $1,000 prize bets? Okay, yes. So this is what I need. This is what I need. Let's see. Settled. Oh, because Amon-Ra St. Brown, I had him going under on a couple. Here's what I got right now, okay, for my big bet to hit. I had Jahmyr Gibbs 80 yards rushing plus receiving. He had 161. Cade Otton over 27.5. He's got 14, so I need 14 more yards in the second half. He's on pace to do it. Jameson Williams over 52.5. He has 0. So hopefully he gets involved in the second half. David Montgomery, 50 yards rushing plus receiving. He's got 22, so need about a little bit more, but about the same as he did in the first half. In the second, Rachaad White over 49.5 receiving yards. He's got 14, but I expect them to pass it a ton in the second half. Jared Goff over 261 receiving yards or passing yards. He has 183 already. Gibbs to have 2 more receptions. David Montgomery, 2 receptions. He already got it. Amon-Ra St. Brown to record a 15-yard reception. You already did it. Mike Evans, Jameson Williams, Emeka Egbuka, Sam Laporta, and Cade Otton, all to record a 15-yard reception. Catch you live on the air. Are you watching the second half? I just hopped on, and Baker Mayfield has 16 passing yards. Or no, 47 now. But basically he got it all in the last minute. He had 1 yard per attempt, averaging 1 yard per reception with 15 yards.
Yeah.
Terrible. No.
Not unconscious.
No.
He fell on his shoulder of the ball, like the impact of his head hitting the ground. He was laying out for a catch, knocked him the fuck out. And then so now the injury report says concussion / shoulder because he also went on his shoulder, but it was bad. It was like as soon as you saw him rolling over, you were like, oh crap, he's knocked out.
Oh my god. That is
his first game back. He was questionable to play today, and I know it's not so true. That's my fantasy teams. That's why you don't do that.
Why you don't do what?
If you have two teams, don't draft the same person for both teams.
Yeah. Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty consistent. With the Buccaneers, I mean, it looks like Kate Otten's definitely going to get the yards. I'm looking at the bet that we put in. I don't know if you've seen it, but Jahmyr Gibbs he's doubled his 80 yards receiving and rushing. No, just let me see the one right now. The Buccaneers are plus 600 to win. Plus 600, and it's a 2-possession game. And like, I'm not saying I had Detroit winning this game, but that's really good value to get plus 600 for this Bucs team to come back. It's not that crazy for Tampa Bay to score a touchdown and it's 10-14. True, but Baker Mayfield's MVP. He's gonna find a way to not, get embarrassed. Yeah, well, we got brother T in the chat. Shut up, I'm talking about.
I'm one of those guys that's like, yeah, it was kind of time for him to go. Like, as a Packers fan, you can't be a bitch about like that kind of stuff when like you had two back-to-back Hall of Famers. Like you can't be like, oh my god. And obviously, Jordan Love, but last Sunday when he threw that, and he rips the smelling salt. It's either smelling salt or Zin. And then I think it was the smelling salt. And rips the smelling salt, puts it in his pocket, throws this like 70-yard bomb to try to win the game.
That was like the farthest throw since like 2007 or something crazy.
It's like a hockey player out there.
Yeah, it was like Aaron Rodgers' pass. It wasn't completed, but it was the furthest attempt since like some ungodly amount of time. You're just like, what?
Yeah, he can toss the ball, man.
You knew too that he was like, even though it wasn't completed, he was like, yeah, but that was pretty cool that I got to show the world that I can.
I still got it. It might take a little bit.
Smelling salt.
Man.
Do you think that's what it was? No, I want to.
Shit that like this is what this show needs. Shit like that. Like why don't you have smelling salts right there every time members go to the hole? You know what I mean? Like I gotta see some action here.
I want to do that.
Online, like do some get some cigars in there, get a gas, like bring the on.
I actually just created a Discord today, and I posted it in a bunch of Reddit channels, and I'm gonna do something on Tuesdays where you can ask me any question after week 7. You know, so like it could be about anything. It's just like just related to week 7, and every week 8, and it'll get a bunch of random people in. But it was hard to set up. Like I had to create an amount of people that can, be in, and then I had to create. Yeah, I didn't know anything about it until today, and I'm like, try,
Gamers use it because it's a way that basically
can't get banned.
that and it's just better communication. It's a phone call. So like you're speaking to somebody more clear and it just sounds better and it's faster versus being in game chat, which is just doesn't sound as good. So it started with that, and then it also started with just like kind of like almost like a Reddit forum, but like it's just like we're a chat of people that all agree on the same thing. We just I'm in a gambling one. I have like 2 or 3 gaming ones. I'm in a bunch of this for a couple years now.
Are you the moderator of it?
Yeah, I own one of them. It's called the Band Boys.
Okay, that's the one I'm in. Is Wolf in it?
Wolf, I don't think he's in that one now. Because we all got banned for saying inappropriate, well, quote unquote inappropriate stuff on because of the AI, because of the bots on Call of Duty. Dude, I remember one time I was crawling through a window and I called myself a fat ass. I was like, God damn it, you fat ass, get through the window now, you're getting shot. And I'm calling myself a fat ass, and it was like, you're banned. I was like, what the fuck?
I can't call myself a fat ass?
I'm a fat ass. I can't climb through the
Me!
window.
I'm a fat ass.
Yes, I'm the fat ass. And I was like, yo, fuck this, dude. I'm getting off this game. This game sucks.
That is self-hate.
Yeah, right? Seek help.
But yeah, that's kind of one thing I'm excited about, and now I'm announcing it to everybody. So, if you go to my YouTube channel, you can see it on my latest post. There's a link there to my Discord. So go ahead and
Can you pin shit in your chat?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I could try.
Or you could also put it up here. Like
I could put it in the comments, but then it's not clickable.
Yeah, it doesn't need to be a link.
You don't think?
Can you link it? I mean, yeah, it's better, but like, can you link it? Link it in the description.
Well, I mean, people are already watching me on YouTube, so you're already on my YouTube channel, most likely.
Only football, or?
Well, now I stream from both my personal and Only Football simultaneously.
Oh, okay, cool.
So,
I usually watch Only Football, yeah.
So I can say just like, go to my latest post. Yeah.
Gotcha.
But yeah, I just wanted to get some random people calling. It's cool. Like I want a lot of, there's so many people out there that would love to just call in and vent, about whatever they're pissed off about. And I'm like, I just need to put, like, the hardest part is like putting yourself out there. Like, okay, there's a lot of people that would love to do this, but how do I get them to know me or to, get that exposure? So, yeah, but I think it'll be cool. Like, even if I just get like 7 to 10 people, that could be a solid 45-minute show. But eventually, I want it to be like there's a lot of people and we don't spend too much time on something. It's like a bunch of people call in, we talk for like a minute. We don't even like say formal goodbyes. We just go to the next.
Yeah, that's dope. I mean, especially if you like, you get somebody who's like, oh, this is my team this week, or this week, this person's team is the Monday night game. Have them call in at halftime.
Exactly.
That kind of shit is awesome.
Exactly. Yeah. Anything's better than Joe Buck and Troy Aikman. No, I feel like Troy Aikman's always hammered. He's just always so red, and his eyes are so like. Well, I think maybe he's just a little drunk, but he definitely drinks hard during the week.
So do I.
So does John Elway. Like if you were a great quarterback in the '80s, you're an alcoholic. Did you know Dan Marino was such a partier that his agent was like making him get drug tested? It was being organized at the University of Pittsburgh because the NFL teams were worried that he was going to be on hard drugs.
Yeah, have you heard of a guy named Michael Irvin?
I heard he did cocaine,
Yeah, Michael Irvin did crack.
but was it proven?
Yeah, he will tell you. Tell him that, Michael Irvin. He was a straight crackhead.
How is he not like anymore?
Yeah, dude. But now he's just naturally him. But
How does he like maintain that without crack?
I think he's like an old dude doing what anybody over the age of 45 is doing. With money, if they're all getting testosterone.
Yeah, because he's definitely got. He's got a lot. Yeah, he's pretty jacked up. All right, Baker's back on. Sorry. That was good. See ya.
Thanks for having me, bud.
Yep. Want to see this band play. And Jen just said, "Give me 2 days to write something, put and we'll audition it." Hell yeah. So where's this Discord link? The Discord link is on my YouTube channel. If you go to my YouTube channel, I posted it here. I'll just give it to you again. So share screen. YouTube. Okay. So here's YouTube. Let's see. Let's go view your account. So if you go to switch account, NFL with Kyle, and we go view your channel, and then okay, so home, videos, shorts, live, playlist, posts. If you go to posts, here, join my Discord now to call live and ask me anything about Week 7. Boys Debates kickoff at 10:45 a.m. Central Time. And then if you click on the Discord, this is what it'll open up. Okay, Kyle Kitzman invited you to join NFL with Kyle, 2 members, your display name, your date of birth, and then you don't have to do that if you already have an account on Discord. It's Discord, so a lot of people have it already. I'm pretty new to it, but it's fairly simple. You just put your name and your birthday, and then you have it. Then you're in. And then when I go live, I can just open the Discord app, and basically the whole chat is muted, and I just unmute, whoever is, I'm like, okay, now it's your turn, and I have it set up so there's not more than 3 people waiting at a time, so it doesn't get crazy. Yeah, I mean, it's going to be, the logistics are going to maybe take a little while to get worked out, but Baker Mayfield took a shot downfield to Mbuka, and it was underthrown, ended up hitting the back. 0 for 5 on throws that are, I think that's at 20 yards more, maybe 15, but they pick up the first down, and now Baker's going to need a bigger game from the supporting cast. Mike Evans is gone. They still got Mbuka, but Sterling Shepard and Mbuka are coming off the field now, probably a run time. Todd Bowles, man, I've been doing a lot of studying on Todd Bowles from a defensive standpoint. And, they call Todd Bowles, they call him Dr. Blitz because how good he is at dialing up. Oh, no, the ball came out. The lines are saying they have it. The ruling on the field is the runner's forward progress was stopped. Ooh, this is a huge call. This is a huge, huge call. Man. So Todd Bowles, he's always been a great coordinator. And yeah, it's going to be second down. He's really good at bringing pressure and confusing quarterbacks, both young and old. And since 2019, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers are actually been top 10 in sacks every single year. And a lot of that has to do with the scheme and the pressures he runs. And he's been excellent in his design, and we're going to talk about it at the next one. Here's Baker Mayfield, second and 14. Shotgun, quick toss, batted down. A lot of batted down balls. Why did he run that? Like, obviously, it's incomplete. He threw it forward. Did he throw that to the flat behind the line? Not even close. Man, offensive line. If it's a quick throw, get your hands on him. The left tackle. Third and 14 now. Baker firing underneath, and Tez Johnson picks up. Looks like maybe 11, 12. It's gonna be a couple yards short, but that was a throw you make when you're going for it. I feel like they should take the points here. I think Todd Bowles just said it too, but why not kick the field goal, make it a one possession game? These are the moments where you lose a game. They can't win it here, but they can lose it. I don't like the upset. And they're going to hand it off. Wow. And they picked it up by the skin of their teeth. I'm not in love with that call. You get the field goal, you get down to a one possession game, and you make the entire team feel like, hey, we got new life. But I mean, if they had 7 points on the board instead of 3, maybe I would be okay with going for it. I'm like, you get a touchdown and tie it up, but like even if you get a touchdown, you're gonna need another. So, I don't know. Maybe we'll go for 2. If they get a touchdown here, is Tucker out of the backfield. He's only gonna pick up 2. Sean Tucker. By the way, there was an interesting, not interesting. It's really sad, but there's a lot of details that haven't been released yet. And that is ex-running back Doug Martin died in custody after a break. He died in police custody after he was involved in a break-in at an Oakland residence. So we're going to be looking into that to see if I remember Doug Martin. But that's wild. 2nd and 8. Tez Johnson, and here's the screen and a jump, and he's going to touchdown. I do this shit. That's what he's saying. What are you talking about? I do this shit. Tez Johnson, and cue all of the Bronco fans that are going to be saying, I told you we should have drafted Tez Johnson. Baker Mayfield gets a 22-yard reception. And let's see if the Bucs go for 2 to try to make it a 3-point game. Tez Johnson now, 5 targets, 45 yards, and a touchdown. We got Hat on Fire in the chat. Is it an app? Yeah. I don't have a horse race whatsoever. Discord is an app, Ginger, or a website. As long as you have internet. Here is Baker. Don't know. mean, I got no problem with going for 2 here, and I there's a couple times in a game where there's no downside to doing things. Like, I said the same thing yesterday when Denver went for 2 because I was like, if they go for 2 and don't get it, either way they're going to need 2 touchdowns. This is a very similar thing where Tampa Bay goes for 2 and they get it. It's a 3-point game. Okay. But if they don't go for 2, they take the extra point. It's a 4-point game and they would need a touchdown. So, right, if they don't get the 2-point conversion, they also need a touchdown. The difference is, you're down 4 or you're down 5. Either way, you would need a touchdown, and a touchdown with a good extra point puts you up 3, or it puts you up 4. So it makes no difference. Either way, um, they're going to need a touchdown. So you might as well at least attempt it and see if you can make it a field goal. You guys see the new iPhone? The new iPhone, what is it called? The Air is pretty wild. Mm. All right. My mom took my date because I'm failing English. I don't even care, man. Shakespeare? My mom could. One second. Oh, right. Aunt and uncle are downstairs. 181 yards. He said he doesn't want Gibbs anymore. Offer him a trade, and I was like, I'll take Jahmyr Gibbs. He said he needs a running back. Let's see. I got man, it's my team's kind of scary because I only have 2 running backs. And if any one of them gets hurt, whew, Jahmyr Gibbs, dude. Nate Sewell. Look at him. Look at him. Oh gosh, how did he not make that block? He was all the way down there. Jeez. Jahmyr Gibbs already has over 200 all-purpose yards, multiple touchdowns. Unbelievable. He's got 37 fantasy points right now. Wow. He's got 37 fantasy points. Extra point is good. All right. Sorry, guys. Trying to balance between family. My aunt and uncle were down there, and I wanted to be polite and say hi to them really quick. But I also didn't want to leave you guys hanging. So thanks for your patience. I love you guys for that. And Ginger, I'll give you a call. I'll give you a call when we're done, and I'll walk you through it. Third and 3. Baker Mayfield. This has got to be a shootout now. The way Jameer gets playing today, this has got to be. Oh my gosh. I feel like they have to go for it. The punt team comes on. Okay. Well, Todd Bowles is going to need to do better in his defense. Okay, I took some notes. I don't know if you guys are actually interested in any of this, but I was able to go back and I looked at the Jets game, and I took some notes of a few pressures that he does, and you guys can actually see it. So let me show you. Okay. So these are gonna be broken down into 3 categories, okay? And this is his front, okay? So a front is whoever's lined up in front of the offensive line. So there's 3 different fronts. Tampa Bay runs a bear front, a load front, and a mug front, okay? Now on the bear front, you're gonna have the defensive end or the edge rusher on both sides. They're gonna drop back into coverage, okay? And then you're going to have 2 different ways you can do it. It could be cover 2 or it could be cover 3. And I'm going to show you guys the difference between that and the load front. The load front is where they're going to overload one side of the line to, uh, I guess, give more bodies than the offensive line has people to cover. And the way you get around, because it's like, okay, well, if you're going to overload the right side, they could just throw it over there. Well, that's why the defensive end from the other side, right, the opposite side of where the pressure is coming from, he's going to run like this across, and he's going to play coverage basically in the spot where the safety is coming from. So let me show you what this looks like. Okay. Once again, I don't know if you guys are into this or not, but this right here is the cover 3, and this is a load front, okay? You got a defensive end here, and he's going to run across and play coverage here, and that's because you're going to have the outside linebacker come down. So if you look here, you're going to have 1, 2, and then the running back is going to probably pick up this guy or this guy. So watch this. Watch this play out, okay? Okay? So look, right here. You got 1, 2. He's dropped back. Pause again. And they're able to overload that side. So here's how it looks. Pressure coming from this side. He's going to drop in. He's coming in. He's breaking breaking into coverage. Oh, you can see my mouse. Okay, cool. And then here comes the pressure. Now here is them doing it against the Chargers. I love this view right here, the 24-man view, or 22-man view rather. So let me show you the difference between the load front and the bear front and the mug front. So you're going to have some cover 3 stunts here. Actually, I'll show you these on the next commercial break. Jared Goff's going to hand it off, and it looks like Montgomery is going to pick up 1. The more you dive in to Todd Bowles defensively, the more you can actually appreciate what this defense is all about and why it's so important for the defensive ends and the outside linebackers to have speed, because they need to cover a lot of ground very fast. Okay, so let's look at this. You got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 men on the line. So this is showing an overload. Let's see who drops. Okay, nobody drops. So they got, and that's just great by Jared Goff. So they show 6 guys at the line, but they'll show that all the time, and they'll drop into cover 3 or cover 2. And then at other times, they'll actually bring all that pressure. So it makes it a lot more difficult when you have these stunts and you're showing one thing and you're doing another, because the intel that the quarterback's trying to gain just by the look you're giving them means nothing. And then when the ball snaps, he has 1 second to react to what's actually happening. And Todd Bowles is, one of the best at it. They call him Dr. Blitz. That's his nickname, like within the NFL community, Dr. Blitz. And he's second to none when it comes to dialing up blitzes, and that's why his team's been top 10 in sacks since 2019. Here they're going to play a cover 3 look, and Sam Laporta able to get the ball in the flat there, and that's just a play that shouldn't have been there. Not good enough by the corner there. He missed last week against the 49ers. Engage 8 every time, every effing time. That was my favorite play. We got Liam in the chat. What's up, Liam? And good job there. And you know the Lions are going for it. You know they're going for it. Okay. So you guys know what cover 3 is. It just means that you're dividing the field into thirds, okay? So let me show you there's different ways to do cover 3. In some cases you have cover 3 in the back and in the front. So you got the flat, the middle of the field, and then the deep third, deep middle, deep third. But the way they do it is different depending on which look they want to show you. And that's why some of these fronts are so great, is because the versatility they give you, you can give so many different looks and drop into so many different things, which just makes it a nightmare for a quarterback that's trying to figure out before the snap what it is that you're actually doing. Okay. So this is going to be a coverage concept with the linebacker dropping opposite pressure. So basically, if the guard that he's lined up against, if he takes a step back, he blitzes. If he takes a step forward, he backs. He takes a step back into coverage. Okay. Okay. So over here, you got this guy going in, this guy going in, this guy going in, this guy going in, and then here looks like, pre-snap, it looks like he's going in, and he actually is going to drop. He's going to come in here. He's going to come up, take the skiff or the flat. He's going to take the back third. He's going to take the back third, and he's going to cover the flat here. Okay. Here's another look. This is the blitz concept. So here's the third, second third, first third. Okay, so yeah, he's going to drop into the back here. Big Gibbs get it. He fought for it. Ooh, it's gonna be tight. Okay. This was in the playoffs versus the Eagles. This is it in real time. So look at that. Pause it there. So you got a free right here. He's looking for who to get. He's gonna come in and he's got to get rid of the ball quick. But he's gonna be look, his receivers just started their route. You can see they haven't even broke on their routes yet. And now here's the pressure getting to him. He's got to get rid of the ball. Actually, offensive line does a really good job there holding up. But you can see pressure gets there that time. You really you gain a whole new appreciation. I mean, I was up till 3 a.m. listening to these explanations of these blitzes and just rewinding them. I mean, these are only 2-minute videos, and I'm rewinding it. And like that's how long it was taking for me to fully understand what was going on. So look, here's an overload blitz. He's got to get the ball out quick. He knows where to go. Great coverage though by the linebacker. He's been great against the blitz. That's the thing about Todd Bowles. And, it's like, okay, Todd Bowles, what's he best at? Bringing pressure. What's Jared Goff best at? Beating pressure. And that's why Jared Goff, in my opinion, is one of the more underrated quarterbacks, is because when it comes to knowing where to go with the football and making very quick decisions, like Jared Goff is the man. I'm telling you. Jared Goff is the freaking man. There's not many quarterbacks out there doing it better than Jared Goff. There's just not. And Jen just said, I think immediate reactions, you have to be able to identify the mic. And if you can do that, just play off of him. That's very, very important at that position. Way more important than being fast or throwing 80 yards. Yeah. And that's like, what Justin Fields, that's what he's been struggling with. He's got all the athleticism in the world, but he can't make, quick decisions. He can't figure out what to do with the ball or where to go. So I showed you guys the load front. Okay. Now the bear front is just 5 guys on the line. Okay. So this is what the bear front looks like for a Todd Bowles defense. Okay. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 on the line. This is going to be cover 2. So both defensive ends or edge rushers are going to drop back. Middle linebackers going to blitz. It looks like a nickel corner. He's going to drop and play this half. He's going to play this half. He's going to step up and play the hole. And then these guys are going to be covering the flats. See, he's covering the flat over here from 15 yards deep. He's showing a press look. And beautiful. Just beautiful defense right there. Here it is again, this time against the Vikings. Here's the same bear look with 5 men, but this time instead of cover 2, they're playing cover 3. And this is what I meant by showing the same look, but being able to have that versatility to drop into different coverages. Able to drop into cover 3. And as a quarterback, they're like, okay, I saw this before. They're going to drop into cover 2. And then they drop into cover 3. Great pass. Played odd, and that's a good 15-yard grab to get this drive going. And man, this is an important drive for Tampa Bay. That's a wheel route, and he's able to get between. And now you understand these plays a little bit better because the guy in the front was playing the flat, and then he was playing the deep third. So he went past the flat. Flat guy had to stay there because there was another man there. And as soon as he went past the flat defending corner, Baker Mayfield knows to throw the ball to him, before he gets to the defensive back covering the deep third. You just find that soft spot in the zone coverage and get the ball there. And that wheel route is really just a zone buster. And good job on Tampa Bay. I mean, think about it. If you got a quarterback as good at, you think of a defensive coach, but think about how much that actually helps the offense. Like if a defensive coach knows how to be the defense offensively. Third down coming up here. Gonna need a touchdown on this drive. It is absolutely critical. Ginger said, I was thinking about that yesterday. It's impressive how physically talented he is considering he's somewhat successful. I'm not bad at reading things. If he had Goff's recognition, he's MVP. That's what would make it tough. And then to drop 2 other coverages, Bear and Mike from cover 3 or cover 2, and Mike from Bear front. Tight end option route destroys it too. And, we got an early flag. Baker throwing. Oh, you got to catch that. You got to catch that. It's an illegal shift on Tampa Bay. Yeah, and again, like having the speed necessary because they always say a great coach, his players don't play scheme. He creates his scheme, you know, uh, to the players. Like if the players have this skill set, a great coach is going to design his scheme to fit the players. Um, that's like easy to say until you have been in the league for 40 years and your scheme, has been, hey, this is what I do for 40 years. I've done this type of a defense. You want me to design a new scheme, or what's easier? Get a player in the draft that can do what I'm asking. Oh, he's reaching for the first down. You know what I mean? Like, it seems like a no-brainer, but what's harder to replace? A top 5 defensive coach with 40 years of experience, or a linebacker that doesn't have speed sub 4.6? Arguably, it's the linebacker, right? You wouldn't design a whole new defense just because your linebacker doesn't have speed. And Ginger said, or are they going bare front? Dane can run cover 2 and cover 3 from it with a stack side or not. No, they can. So from their bare front, they can run cover 2 and cover 3 from it. And the stacked side is the same thing, but that's not the bare front. That's their load front. And they can run cover 2 and cover 3 from their load front as well. And they really only have 3 different types of fronts. It's mug, load, and bare. And they run cover 2 and cover 3 from both. I mean, all 3 of them. So that's what makes Todd Bowles' defense a nightmare. It's simplistic, but it's not. It's like there's 3 football games on TV, and you got to pick the spread and the over/under, right? You have to pick both, and there's 3 games on. And if I were to tell you how many different combinations there are from spread, over, under, points on the spread, I'm taking the points, I'm taking the favorite, you would be surprised. Like, only 3 games with 2 options each has, like, 296 combinations, right? It's an astronomical number, okay? How many combinations? I'm gonna look it up. Are there for 3 football games picking the spread and the point total? Okay, picking the spread and the point total. 64 different combinations. And that's exactly what we're talking about here. We got, even more, because the over/under is only 2 combinations. But yeah, that's supposed to represent cover 2 or cover 3. So just for 3 football games, picking the spread and the point total, which is a very good very good correlation. I hope I didn't lose you guys. There's 64 possible combinations just between 3 football games with the spread and the over/under. Todd Bowles runs 3 different defensive fronts: bear, load, and mug, and he runs cover 2 and cover 3 from both. I keep saying both, but it's 3 of them. So very simplistic, yet Todd Bowles can literally give you, there's not even 64 defensive snaps in a game. He can give you a new look on every single snap throughout the duration of an entire game by just running cover 2 and cover 3 from 3 different defensive fronts. And yet his players are not overwhelmed because it's very simplistic, uh, for them. Insanely difficult for the offense. Oh, it's it's an unsuccessful challenge because he was able to make the catch. They're saying they believe in the booth that he was just short of the first down. And Ginger said, "Okay, I got you." Then once he overloads after he thinks he has you confused or guessing, there's too much. Exactly. So it's gonna be Detroit's ball, but didn't the ball get we're gonna say he didn't fumble it. I don't know about that. Then he overloads after. Once he overloads, he thinks he got you. Yeah, he has you guessing completely, and then man, it's close, but yeah, Baker's like, "It'll look good to me." Look, I think I think they need to bring pressure. I feel like that's the best thing. I feel like that's the best thing right now. They need to be really aggressive. Here we go. They're trying to figure out where's the ball when his knee is down. It's determined to be short. What's even more interesting is if you go back to like 2022, Todd Bowles' defense has actually changed over the years. So it is like it's continuing to evolve. But yeah, blitz heavy, cover 2 and cover 3 are pretty much the main staples of it. The wrinkles that there's 4 rushers coming, and they're not traditional down linemen. Most often, an edge rusher is going to drop into that shallow zone, and then the off-ball linebacker or defensive back is going to rush, and that makes a big difference because like you get a defensive back rushing, and you know they're so fast that they can actually be too fast, and it's like no, you sometimes you got to wait a little bit so that the running back picks up the free rusher, then that's your stunt blitz, where you kinda wait a minute, you act like you're in coverage, and then you go. And that's just another wrinkle that he adds to it, which is just, there's no way there's no way you can really do anything about Todd Bowles. You have to just react after the snap, and you better be a fast processor. Several teams throughout the NFL are using simulated pressures to try and confuse offenses, get unblocked rushers, and force quarterbacks to make quick throws, and then they kind of abandon. For instance, if you were playing against Seattle, you would want to do this because Seattle's leading the league right now in those deep developing shots downfield. Okay, and Todd Bowles is the best at trying to confuse those offense and get unblocked rushers in, because it does force the quarterback to dink and dunk. And there's plenty of times, like if it's 3rd and 7, 3rd and 8, You know, they're not worried about giving up 3-4 yards. They're trying to prevent something deep downfield. And Todd Bowles was the person who kind of ushered in the era of quarters. And I'm a big Vic Fangio fan. He definitely popularized it to a degree, but it was Todd Bowles who implemented it. And I actually have a book I'm reading about the history of different schemes and who created it. And a lot of times, it's one guy created it, another guy made it more popular. This is the case with Vic Fangio. You know, Vic Fangio popularized the era of quarters, but Bowles is definitely the guy that implemented it, and he was so effective at it in the Super Bowl with Tom Brady against Kansas City. Remember that Kansas City, Patrick Mahomes was like this untouchable force of nature, and they like shut the Chiefs out in that Super Bowl. And the whole league was sitting back watching that Super Bowl, and the rest of the NFL decided, hey, we're going to change to a too high structure against Mahomes the following year. And if you look at all the teams the Chiefs played the following year, they were all playing a too high structure against Mahomes because on film it looked like uh, it was the most successful way to play the Chiefs offensively. But Todd Bowles here, man, 3rd and 10. This isn't. This is going to be a situation where he's going to bring pressure, but they're going to play cover three. So watch. They're going to drop down. They're going to keep everything in front of them. Yep. He pretends to blitz. They drop back and incomplete. 4th and 10. They just got to keep everything in front of them. They do it, and they do a great job. So they got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 on the line, and then look, it ends up being 5 rushers, a couple linebackers drop into coverage, nothing there. Now they're going to attempt a 58-yard field goal, which, if they make it, doesn't really matter. Besides, they would need 1 2-point conversion. And he made it off the doink. Off the doink. Jen just said, in the end, you can't overcomplicate it on the field. You got to make your read very quickly and trust it. Then you know it's just cover 2 or 3. Easier said than done, especially with pressure. Incorporate having a Palomalu type dude roaming would be crazy. Everyone being disciplined is everybody being disciplined is that makes it good though. Read and react quickly, trust it. Absolutely. And Baker Mayfield once again is like, what is going on? That hit the upright. You guys are saying it's good? It's just been that kind of night in here for anybody at home that's maybe speculating that it was a miss. There it is, bouncing off the right upright, and it goes down. 58-yard field goal. So it's still 2-possession game. Got to get a touchdown. Got to get a 2-point conversion. Plenty of time. They still got 3 timeouts. Todd Bowles playing really good defense here in the second half. They're doing a really good job on 3rd and 8, dropping into coverage. So this right here, this is what we just saw on 3rd and 8. Okay, this is what we just saw on that 3rd and 8. We saw 5 blitz. This is exactly what it looked like. Okay, this guy comes in. This guy comes in. This guy drops back. He's going to move down and cover the flat here. This guy's dropping back and covering the guy's coming out here, covering the hook. He's covering the flat. Pressure coming from here, and then they're playing cover 3, in the back, keeping everything in front of them. This is a 3rd and 8. They just ran this on 3rd and 10. Here we go. First down, quick catch, Cade Auden, and that's good for 14 yards. This is the second time in the second half, first down has been a 14-yard gain to Cade Auden. Last time it was a zone buster on a wheel route. And they're going up tempo here. Stacked receivers at the top of the screen. Baker Mayfield dropping back, looking, firing, incomplete. And I thought maybe some contact, but no. Yasin is on the bike. This is what I always tell my brother on Sundays. I say, Yasin, dude. Gotta go to church. Doink field goal by the Lions. Wow. Sounds a little more like. Here's Baker. Good job. And back to Cade Auden. And it's going to bring up 3rd and 2. Oh, man. We got another Detroit Lion down. Now, PFF actually has a defensive scheme analysis where they'll tell you the type of coverage they're playing. And for Detroit Lions, I know we talked a lot about the Bucs. The Lions finally move away from a super heavy man coverage system that has had them line up man-to-man on 43% of their snaps since 2019, which is the highest rate in the league over that span. And that's why I said 3 weeks ago when the Pittsburgh Steelers played the the Cowboys played the New York Jets, I said I was excited to see the matchup of George Pickens against the Jets defense because Aaron Glenn runs so much man coverage. We were going to get to see how good George Pickens really is because we know he's going to be lined up on George Pickens. Sauce Gardner, one of the best in the league. But in his first stint as defensive coordinator, Aaron Glenn started coming at offenses in different ways. Now, he plays a ton of man coverage still, but working under Dennis Allen in New Orleans, he ran multiple coverages with a lot of too high pre-snap looks. We are starting to see a lot more versatility in the NFL, especially as these older coaches go to other places and gain other influences, and they don't necessarily lose what they do, but they just add to it. And I think that's why you've seen scoring go down recently. Too high when you had Tej Johnson. Because we have seen scoring come down. I believe last year we said it was the lowest scoring year since 1992, and everyone's trying to figure out why. And I think that's what it is. It used to be as an offense, you game plan for Vic Fangio. You're like, okay, they're going to be playing quarters. This is what we do to beat quarters, and it's as simple as that. Nowadays, everybody has kind of combined what they do. And there's not one, or two defenses you have to prep against, but it's pretty much everything. And that's why having a quarterback that can process fast has become a must. And that's what Sean Payton is so attracted to with Bo Nix. Like, he's a very fast processor. That's why he doesn't take a ton of sacks. He was not even sacked his last year in Oregon. He didn't take a sack. Think about that. All the different blitzes that they ran, and like the only reason that could even be possible is one, you're athletic enough to run away from it, and B, you can process fast enough not put yourself in a bad situation. When you see guys like Russell Wilson and Justin Fields and Caleb Williams last year taking 50 plus sacks, that's no bueno. And the defense has definitely, gotten the upper hand on the offense as a whole. Where I think, 10 years ago, the offense was beating the defense. Here's a big 3rd and 10. Baker Mayfield caught, high throw again. I got to say, Baker Mayfield's having some real accuracy issues today. He just continues to let these balls sail. Tez Johnson was kind of able to make sure that he didn't have to suffer the consequences on that one. Saved his ass. Here's a quick check down, and this is Rashad White, who's only going to pick up 3. Who was that at the nickel corner spot covering? Oh, they're showing the 3rd and 10. Ooh, look at him. They had 2 guys on balls on the ground. I think the Bucks got back on it. Let's see. Bucks ball. They're calling it Tampa Bay ball. Boom. Man, this defense has just been insane. Absolutely insane this year. Brian Branch, in week 16 last year, Aaron Glenn decided to make a change, and he moved Brian Branch back to the nickel. Last year, Brian Branch kind of bursted on the scene as a second-round pick for the Lions. He had 74 tackles, a sack, 3 interceptions in his rookie year, and he was known around the league for his coverage ability and his ability to fit the box when needed from the slot. But then Branch was squarely placed as, the best slot defender as a rookie. And then when they drafted, they converted the safety from Alabama, who was ranked the number 3 corner and the number 1 overall nickel at field vision. His ability to lock down the slot allowed Glenn to run more man-to-man coverage, and still Glenn wasn't allowed to run man coverage at the volume he wanted to. But to start 2024, Brian Branch was moved back to his natural position of safety full-time, and that move was pretty surprising considering how great he was at nickel. But then followed personnel trends around the league with the departure of L'Jarius Sneed, who went to the Titans. McDuffie would move to outside cornerback full-time. Kyle Hamilton for the Ravens would move back deep in Baltimore's reshuffled secondary. Amik Robertson, brought over from the Raiders, would slide into the nickel position to replace Brian Branch's absence. So the last couple of years, we've seen a lot of shifting with safeties, taking them and putting them in the nickel, and then bringing them back to being, a safety, just a pure safety. And with Brian Branch back at safety, Aaron Glenn wanted to utilize more hybrid 3-4 sets to keep him back deep, using a deep linebacker to change up looks for opposing offenses. And Glenn is finally running all of the man coverage he wanted to do in Detroit. And I didn't realize this, but Aaron Glenn wanted to run a lot more man, and Dan Campbell wouldn't let him. Look at this. 4-man rush. Baker, that it looked like there was a lion way deep. Look at him right here in the middle of the screen. Watch him run down at the snap. Runs down at the snap, sails it over the head. Not even sure who it was intended for. This is what makes the Lions a Super Bowl contender. Having Aiden Hutchins back. It's like when the Steelers lose TJ Watt. There's just no replacing him. 4th and 5, I've got to have it, and it's caught. And is there anybody Baker Mayfield trusts more than Cade Otton and Jinja, they use branch like Derwin James? Yeah. And Derwin James, I believe, is the best safety in the NFL. Here's Baker Mayfield rolling and throwing to Shepard. And you can tell the blitz is starting to get to Baker because on this play, he kind of throws it. He doesn't get his feet set, and he feels like he's about to get hit when he throws this. There's nobody around him when he throws this ball. But his internal clock throughout this game has him thinking that he's about to get hit. So the defense is definitely in his head. 2nd and 8, Baker downfield. Oh! And it was open, and Baker just missed it. Like I said, some accuracy issues today. This is just not the best game we've seen from Baker, but it doesn't look, man, it doesn't look like there was any reason for it. Just missed him. But Baker's better when the pressure's on. Here's 3rd and 8. Looking, hit the crossing, and it's getting to a point where you're just anticipating it. It's like, okay, you're going to run a crossing route, and you're just going to try to pick up 3 because you're in 4-down territory, and you're going to go for it anyway. Yeah. And that was just the obvious. I mean, and look at the speed. That's why speed's important at the safety position. Look how fast he was 15 yards deep, and he came up and made that tackle only a gain of a couple yards. Baker taking a shot to the house, and it's going to be pass interference, automatic 1st down. And he's dancing, and then he stops dancing. Pass interference. And it did look like he got a hand around his waist and prevented him. Look, let's see. Watch his hand. I think it gets around his waist here. Yeah, right there on 17. Yeah, I thought it looked like an obvious penalty in real time. Not shocked that this one got called. Here's Baker Mayfield. Shotgun looking, pressure rolling out, keeping the play alive, firing. And the timing on that's just not great. Like if you're gonna throw that ball, you got to throw it a little bit earlier than that. Look at him. He rolls out. He's got his receiver smartly coming back towards him, and he just kind of sits there. Because if he runs anymore, he's going to run back to the line of scrimmage, and it gives the Lions time to close on the space that was there. 2nd and 8. Baker Mayfield looking, back foot. Oh, in a great defensive play. Looked like it was going to be a easy touchdown. Maybe Baker could have thrown it a little higher, but he just sailed the ball earlier today. He's 0 for 7, I think, on 20 yards or more. Maybe he's trying to be a little less aggressive with these throws. And like most of this drive, it's coming down to third down. Baker Mayfield, 184 yards passing on 44 attempts. Going end zone, no flag. And Rashad White was the intended receiver. And looks like said Jack Campbell on the coverage. You think Baker Mayfield did this on purpose because he has more fun when it's fourth down? There's no yellow. Okay, there's the yellow line. It's on the 4-yard line. Baker firing? Incomplete. Where is he throwing that? Where is he throwing that? There's 2 guys there. What are you doing? And this is why I picked the Lions to win. And this is why I said in our power rankings, I don't understand why the Bucs get to be at number 1. You look at a lot of the wins that they've had, and this is why I don't just judge a record. I will not just take a record and say, okay, you get to be at number 1 because of your record. You got to look at the luck rankings. And I don't think luck actually means luck, but what it means to me is that there's been a lot of games where you needed a 4th and 13. I'll put it this way. Show me a team that has a lot of gritty wins, as they like to call it, and you will probably find a team that could very easily be 2 and 3 instead of, or 2 and 4 instead of 5 and 1. And I believe all of the Bucs wins have been, 3 points or less. There hasn't been many blowout wins from this team. And look, I think the Bucs are a good team, and I do think they deserve a spot in the top 5. But it's like the Lions lose, and everybody puts the Bucs at number 1, and I'm like, okay, so if that's the case, then why are the Lions the favorite? If you guys all believe Tampa Bay is the best team in the NFL, then Detroit shouldn't be the favorite. The team that's the best in the league should always be the favorite. So that's when you get to find out if people are just doing it because of their record or not. So I had the Lions at number 1 in my power ranking because I felt like their loss against the Colts against the Chiefs. The Lions just got away from their identity in that game. There was a touchdown that was called back, and give credit to the Chiefs. Like, they were the reason the Lions couldn't, have a game like their normal selves. They got in their head. They played better. They controlled time of possession. They had their best offensive game in a long time. But it's just one game, and that's why I'm like, yeah, I still think Detroit's the best team in the league. It's a week-to-week league, and you're gonna have every now and then you're gonna have a team get the best of another team, but that doesn't mean that team's not great. You hear what I'm saying? Like, The Lions, in my opinion, are the best team in the NFL because if I had to take one team to play any team, right? Any team in the NFL, you need a win, and you get one team. You get to take one team. It has to be for me the Detroit Lions, and then the Colts would probably be my number 2 team. But the amount of weapons that this offense has, the way they're playing with Aiden Hutchinson, look at this formation. Oh, it's 4th down. The way, and that was a good job getting the ball really quick. Here's a return, and just way too many lines. Great coverage on the Lions. There's just way too many weapons. Like Sam Laporta is a joker. Amar St. Brown, Jamison Williams. I mean, just look at their 2 running backs between Jahmyr Gibbs and David Montgomery, and Jared Goff, who I believe is a top 5 quarterback. And now with Aiden Hutchinson back, look at how their defense is holding this Tampa Bay offense under Brad Holmes. These are all weapons. You got to give Brad Holmes a lot of credit, man. He's been drafting very well. Here's Baker Mayfield rolling out of the pocket. Got to throw it. Caught. And that's Emeka Ibuka, I believe. Yep. Still a 2-possession game. They got to score before the 2-minute warning, so they can at least stop the clock at the 2-minute warning. I think they got to take a shot to the end zone here. That way, if you don't get the onside, the game's not over. Got to take a shot, and man, Baker's just not throwing the ball well today. Baker's just not throwing the ball well, man. Second down and 10. Sack. Lunch. Oh, man, they tripped him. Incomplete. Now it's 4th and 21. This is definitely going to be a potential playoff game. Man, the last time we saw them play in the playoffs, we had one of the best games ever. Not today, unless Baker can make some magic here. Completed, but it's not even close to the first down. Jeez. Baker's pissed. Baker's pissed. He's like, first they trip me. Jared Goff just had a baby. Jared Goff. Montgomery just slides down. All right, let's build a bet here. I'm gonna go to the Seahawks game, and I'm gonna jump over to it now because this game is, as they say, over. Fat lady singing. Meanwhile, the Seattle Mariners are actually winning 3-1 against the Blue Jays. This is the American League Conference double. A double play. Did they get the double play? They're at the top of the 7th. Let's see. 1, 2. Double play. All right. And this is game 7. So Seattle is going to be playing Monday Night Football, and right across the street, they may be going to the World Series. What a night for Seattle. What a night for the Seahawks. Now, where is the Seahawks game? I can't find it. Seattle. Where the hell is the Seahawks game? Let's see. Seattle Seahawks, 11 p.m. Excuse me. Here we go. What is... I got the game. Let me see. Where is the Seahawks game being shown? ESPN. Well, is there a reason that I'm on YouTube TV and I don't have the game? Oh, I have to wait until this game's over. Well, I'm watching it right now. They thought this game was going to be over already. But I'm oh yeah, they can't. They're not. ESPN can't show it. That's crazy, dude. Switch to the effing game. This one's over. Why are you gonna make us sit here for 2 minutes when there's a brand new game on? Why would you make us wait? ESPN making everybody sit through the final meaningless minutes of the Lions game before showing us the Seahawks Texans game is absolutely ridiculous. ESPN. Here we go. Broncos linebacker Dre Greenlaw has been suspended for 1 game after verbally threatening him after Sunday's game. A referee. He threw a flag. He threw a flag. The referee threw a flag. The game was over. The game was over and he threw a flag. Is that real? Is Dre Greenlaw really suspended now? Alex Singleton. Okay, so we finally get to join them. And the only update I got was from Crafty. Crafty used my soul update. Here we go. The Seahawks got a touchdown. Here we go. I'm gonna go to have a. Let's see. Let's go. All right. Ooh, the Texans with a good return. All right. So here we got Dan Orlowski, Chris Fowler, and Louis Riddick. Last doubleheader of the season. Oh, man. Well, ladies and gentlemen, don't forget about me. I was here for you guys for the doubleheaders. I know that this is the last one, but remember your boy. We're gonna raid. We're gonna raid today. I want you guys to give me some good raid channels. Hook me up with some good raid opportunities for halftime. Here we go. Can the Texans respond with a touchdown of their own? 2nd and 8. Here we go. Able to throw it to the running back. Woody Marks. Better tuck that ball, son. Look at him holding that ball with his palm. Colts are the only team in the league that has only a single non-win. And if there wasn't that leverage penalty, the Broncos would be the only team in the league with only one loss. Yeah, I'm salty because that leverage call was on every single field goal in that game. I'm salty. And honestly, you gave up 10 points in the final 3 minutes to the Chargers, and it was an unnecessary roughness penalty that got the Chargers in field goal range. I just, gosh, I can't let it go because we could really be 7-0 right now. Oh, and they're going to punt it. 4th and 2. Are the Seahawks going to blow the Texans out tonight? Is that what's going to happen? My Baker Mayfield MVP took a hit today. You got to have your MVPs playing really good on prime time. That's when the whole world's watching. That's when their stock goes up or it goes down. All right. Here's our live parlay. Let's do it. All right. We're going to go Jackson, Smith, and Jigba to score on the next drive. We're going to put $1 on it to win 17. We're also going to, let's see, Sam Darnold plus 10,000. $1 to win 100. I'll throw $1. All right. Now let's get serious. Jackson Smith to have 2 catches. Cooper Kupp to have 2 catches. $1 to win 20. All right. So this is what we need. Come on. I need 2 catches for JSN, 2 catches for Cooper Kupp on this drive. And a quick $20. Cooper Kupp hasn't been that involved in this Seahawks offense. And I know that because he made his way to the waiver wire of the free agents. Like, he got straight up dropped in my league. And I thought, wow, has he been that ineffective? And looked at his numbers, and yeah, he just hasn't been playing a huge part of this offense. We're going to throw it here on 1st down. And there's Cooper Kupp. Big time throw and catch. There's Cooper Kupp. The Kyle curse. Jonathan Taylor, currently front runner for MVP, in my opinion, would not be opposed to that. Who decided to do a shitty remake of your Brannigan song? The Kyle curse. The curse. That's a good curse, right? It's a good curse. We're going to throw it again. And Darnold just ends up throwing it away. Outside the tackle box, but no flag grounded. Sam Darnold, 55 starts from 2018 to 2022. He went 21 and 34. He had a 60% completion percentage. And in the last 24 games, he's almost got the same amount of touchdowns. Leads NFL in completion percentage, passing yards on throws of 20 plus air yards. You are seeing him push the ball down the field, and JSN is getting the separation. And it's funny because you've heard a lot about the speed of JSN coming out of college. Is he fast enough to get separation? He is fast enough. Yeah. He was a 4.5 guy. A lot of people didn't like that, but look at on the field when you see him run, like he's getting open. He's getting that separation. And a lot of separation is how well you run your routes. There's a lot of fast guys that run terrible routes. Jerry Rice was not a fast receiver. And it's funny, Seattle, like I said earlier, it's possible that fourth and one, I feel like I'm running a QB sneak here. We'll see what they do. It's definitely not a full yard. It's definitely fourth and inches. I'm trying to get him to jump here. And there they go. And shove from behind. And it works. And it's Peter Schrager on the field in Seattle. It's weird not seeing him part of Good Morning Football anymore. Here we go. JSN on the reverse. No, that's Kenneth Walker. There was nothing there, but was able to get back to the line of scrimmage. And with the drive continuing, I need one more to JSN or one more to cut, two to JSN. It's time to throw it to JSN. How good is Will Anderson Jr., man? This Houston Texans defense is giving up the fewest amount of points per game, yet they're 2-3, which tells you a story about their offense, right? But their defense doing a good job. Great test for Seattle offensively today. Charbonnet, he picks up the first down, and they're going to be 7 yards away from the red zone. Walker loses 3. Oh, I got some chewing tobacco. Forgot to empty my backpack. From my Wisconsin trip. A lot of good shit in there. All right. Sam Darnold. Oh, that's a late hit. What the hell was that? He just picked him up and body slammed him a full 3 yards on the sideline. The play was completely over. That is bull crap. We should be ejected from the game for this. Look, he's out here. I'll tell you what, it looked a lot. Yeah, look at him. He's jumping. Oh, he's the. No. Now that I know who it is, fuck that. He needs to be ejected. No, this guy has. Look, this guy's had enough passes. We know who he is. If you want to know who he is, go on the Only Football Podcast YouTube page, go to Shorts, and I have an entire short dedicated to him making dirty hits, purposely trying to injure specifically the vulnerable positions, the quarterbacks, whether it's knocking Trevor Lawrence out cold, hitting Caleb Williams out of bounds late, week 1 this year, body slamming Sam Darnold, touchdown JSN. That is ridiculous. The Mariners are down 1. They were just, how are they down 1 now? Bruno scored 4 in the 7th inning. Oh, they had a 3-run home run. Oh my goodness. Why is it taking this long to figure out what the penalty is? I did have JSN scoring a touchdown on that drive. I just won $20 on that throw and catch. And Lily, the Blue Jays hit a home run with 2 on base. I think the Seahawks could go to 5-2, and the Mariners could go to the. No, because I had Mike Evans having a 15-yard reception, and he got hurt. Field goal is good. So it's 14-0, and ultimately, penalty doesn't matter, and I win. $18 on JSN score touchdown in his 3rd drive. The odds were plus 1,700. So now we can let's do the same. Let's go quick bet. Quick bets. Houston Texans 3rd drive. I'm going to bet on the result. It's going to be a punt. Let's go. Quick bets. third drive. Player to catch a pass. Let's go Nico Collins, Dalton Schultz. We're seeing a lot of dump offs to the running backs, right? Let's see. Woody Marks to have 2 catches is at $2,200 plus 2,000. We're gonna put $2 on that 40. Woody Marks. I think this pass rush is gonna be coming after. And then let's do an Xavier Hutchin, a Woody Marks together. Put $1 there to win 10. Doing good. That was a good quick $20. And let's see the touchdown. Houston. Let's see Houston to score a touchdown. And let's see to score. I gotta have a 3 play. Let's go with 2 touchdowns for JSN. Let's go JSN to have 70 yards and to score 2 touchdowns. That's a 3-leg parlay, and then we'll do a. There we go. And also, we were able to do a 30% profit boost. So we win $70 if, and I just bet it with the money we won from JSN. So this is a free bet. Seahawks to win by 14. JSN to have 70 yards receiving and score the second touchdown to win $85. But on this drive, we need Xavier Hutchin and Woody Marks to catch, or Woody Marks to have 2 on his own. And there's Woody Marks right there. No, that's actually Nick Chubb. Woody Marks has been the receiving back for the Texans. And Seattle's doing a really good job getting pressure. So I do expect him having to get the ball out quick. There's him getting the ball out quick. It's Nico Collins. Got Katie George. Yeah. That's the name of the game, though. Can't control those injuries. There's another Higgins. Is he related to T. Higgins? Texans? Here we go. The handoff. Nope, it's a fake. And it's a throw. And it's to Nico Collins. Nico Collins is having himself a drive. Let's go Nico Collins. Nico Collins touch. There's no flag. Ineligible man downfield. Number 79. Offset. So the catch is going to be no good. CJ Stroud, first 3 games 0-3. He's 2-0 though. In his last 2 games, his completion percentage has gone up 18 points to 82%, and his pass per game has gone up almost 40 yards per game. So starting to see the field well. We saw him his rookie year be a sensation. Last year, not so much, sitting at 2-3 now. And this definitely feels like a big game for the Texans, right? You either get to 500 and you drop a Seattle team to 4-3, which brings them close to 500, or you turn into a 2-4 team and Seattle goes to 5-2, and we're slowly starting to lose that parity that we talked about when teams like Seattle win games like this. So let's see if Houston can hang in there and get it done. And here's a quick throw. Oh my God, Nico Collins. It would have been an easy 15 to 20-yard game. And he just drops it. Look at him. Xavier Hutchinson was running routes. His brother, Quinn Hutchinson, played football with my brother at East High School in Jacksonville, Florida. He played at Ponte Vedra Sharks, which was a high school expansion team that didn't exist when we were in high school. But 3rd and 10, and it's going to be tipped and incomplete. And now it's 4th and 10. And Texans got a punt. Self-inflicted, man. Self-inflicted. Absolutely just self-inflicted. All the way across the field. Let's see. Think Jason's going to have a game, huh? Think Jason's going to have 8 catches, 125 yards today. Walker, Charbonnet. I think Walker gets around 40. I think Charbonnet is going to hit 50. Jason gets 3 touchdowns. I think Charbonnet gets 2 as well. Cooper Kupp. Gets 3 catches. Nico Collins. We're going to put 6 catches on like what I saw from Nico Collins on that drive. I mean, obviously there was a bad drop in there, but before that, he had a really good contested catch up the left side that was called back because of a penalty. And the Texans really just beat themselves on that drive. Like there was definitely opportunities out there to be had, and the Texans just didn't capitalize. They really beat themselves. So you hate to see that in a game that's already 14-0 if you're a Texans fan, but you just gotta, hope your defense can get a stop. Like I said, this is the number 1 defense in the league when it comes to points allowed per game, and they've already given up 14 points. So you can look at that one or two ways. Number 1, they're not going to be scoring any more touchdowns for a while, or number 2, Seattle is going to exploit them as frauds today, and they're going to have those numbers averages go way up after today. Depends probably what your what team you're rooting for, depending on which one you believe. But I'll say this: it looks like Seattle has had no problem moving the football so far. Nothing fluky about it. 1st and 10, Darnold under center, Kenneth Walker at the back. It's going to be a handoff to Walker. He's going to try to spin, and he's going to lose 2. There's just nothing there. did a good job keeping his feet moving, spinning, rolling, fighting. The Texans do a good job, and that's why it's so important to swarm the football defense because he spun off, kept moving, kept the play alive, and because the defense swarmed, there were other people ready to meet him when he revived the play a couple times. That's why you need a swarming defense. 2nd and 11, Darnold in shotgun, JSN out wide. Here's a quick throw. This is Cooper Kupp. Cooper Kupp's going to catch it for a gain of 3, but a flag. And there's going to be holding on the offense. This may be a drive killer. The difference between adult Kyle and kid Kyle is adult Kyle realizes that holding penalties end drives. And we'll see if they can overcome this one. But 2nd and 21, that's a difficult place to be. Texans are in good shape to saying, yeah, we're not going to let them score for a while. And there's JSN. When you can drop down and pick 16 of it up in one play, that puts you in good shape. JSN, man, unbelievable. Unbelievable. Uh-oh. Seattle. Going to be a more challenging play now. So now it's 3rd and 6. And that turns into 3rd and 11. So maybe go back to JSN. Sam Darnold leads the NFL in throws 20 or more yards downfield. So they have plays down the field. And here's one, dude, incomplete. Just outside the reach of Horton. Number 15 for the Seahawks. It was there, man. It was there. He's just coming across the field, trying to use his speed. The coverage is tight. The ball is just out there. I mean, that is great defense. That's just better. Well, they didn't catch it, so I can't say better offense, but it's so damn close to being an amazing play by the receiver and the quarterback. Instead, they're going to punt it, and it's going to be returned. And takes it to the 24. That's so cool. Is that Xavier Hutchinson? Is he returning punts now? Dude, that is sick. I'm gonna send his mom a message real quick. No, that's Braxton Barrows. Damn. I thought he was returning punts. I was about to be like, dude, what? All right. Over at NFL Network, we got the Commanders and the Cowboys. Let's see here. Dude, look at Alex Singleton. On the interception, Jackson Dart threw it to Justin Stronach, which pretty much was the reason Denver was able to win this game. Was the turnover to put Denver on the 20-yard line inside the 20. And Alex Singleton caused it. He's rushing straight up, and Scatterville lowers his shoulder to pick up Alex Singleton. And look what Alex Singleton does. Look what Alex Singleton does to Scatterville. Boom! Ah! Get some. Ends up causing an interception. I mean, if that is not just an amazing play. Class act Broncos star quarterback Bo Nix does not curse because of how he was raised in his religion. I want to keep my heart clean. There's something positive about the word he used. I just figured out I didn't need to do it. This is about Christian. Love to see that. Doesn't cuss when talking trash. Although, me personally, I believe it's all about the condition of your heart. I'll talk to God about this one day. But personally, I believe that you can tear somebody down or lift somebody up with the power of your words. And that is ultimately what is most important, is to do good with your voice. Here is a first down throw, and it's going to be incomplete. Nick Wright just can't, no matter what. Ball is out. It's alive. Scoop. Score. Texans. Now it's a safety. It's a safety. I don't know why it took that long to figure it out. It was pretty obvious. The Texans recovered the fumble in the end zone. You called it a fumble on the field, so it's obviously a safety, and then we'll review to see if it was really a fumble. And it was knocked out. Now, it looked like it was knocked out. The one thing that will be interesting was, did the Seahawks break the plane before fumbling? The ball went backwards, so even if it was a forward arm movement, the ball itself went backwards. But I'm going to rewind it and take a look. Let's see, okay? I'm looking at it right now. They went to commercial. I'm going to take a look, and we're going to stop. Yeah, that ball's out early. That, and Seattle's feeling good about this right now, but let me just say, this is a blown opportunity. You pick this ball up, and that is a high effort play by the Texans. That is arguably, depending on what happens today, this could be a game-saving play. Look how far deep. Who is this? Number 27. Whoever number 27 is, 27 on the that's Woody Marks. That is a rookie. Woody Marks is a rookie. And that is exactly why a guy that we didn't even know before the season started is starting on this team. When you have a play like that in a game, I already know what kind of effort you put into practice. That is incredible. Woody Marks comes from 30 yards back. It finds a way to break this ball up inches before the Seattle defender crosses the goal line. Ultimately, would have been a touchdown for Seattle. And instead, it turns into only 2 points, which keeps it a two-possession game. But I can't say enough about Woody Marks and the effort and how that might have saved the game. It goes from a 21-point lead to a 16-point lead because of a guy who came from 30 yards back and knocked that ball loose. Whoa. So because the defense fumbled it, it's a touchback. Oh my gosh, this is insane. And Houston gets the ball at the 20 now. This is stupid. This is a stupid rule. The defense fumbled the football, and because they fumbled it into the end zone, Seattle recovers it, and it's a touchback. I cannot wrap my brain around this right now. I can't. So is this considered a new drive? Or is this it is over. Toronto wins. Seattle just found out. Seattle just found out that they are not in fact going to the World Series. Wow. So what to make of this? I don't I don't understand it because I understand it being a touchback if because I'm thinking when Champ Bailey was returning the interception, he got hit and fumbled the ball and it went out of bounds and it caused it to be a touchback. It was a 99-yard interception return, but because he got hit and the ball went out of the back of the end zone, it was a touchback for the Patriots. And because the defender fumbled the ball, but here's where I'm confused. Once the defender is running with the football, doesn't he turn into an offensive player? So the offense fumbled the football. Yeah, that's the whole idea because the offensive player fumbled the ball into the end zone. The defense recovers it, which was the offense to start the play. The defense recovers in the end zone. But I don't understand that because if the Texans fumbled the ball and the defense recovered it in the end zone, it would be a touchdown. But if the defense turns into the offense and fumbles it, and the original offense recovers it, it's a touchback. What am I missing? I'm not comprehending this. I don't like when I can't understand something. Why is this so difficult? I'm either dumb or this is just really difficult. Maybe if I go on X, Twitter, and let's see Seahawks. Let's see if anyone's talking about this. Latest. This sucks. I know I'm not the only one who this has affected. My folks are 83 years old, huge fans of all sports, including being Seahawks season ticket holders for 50 years. I feel so bad they will never see a World Series for the Mariners. This was their chance. Hey, they got this close. They could get that close. I don't know the condition of your parents, but that Seahawks team atmosphere is going to be depressing now. Something to keep in mind. Seattle Seahawks will win, but at what cost? Mariners did everything right tonight and still couldn't get it in. Heartbreak in Seattle. At least they got the Seahawks to look forward to. Honestly, I don't even care if the Seahawks went 56-0. I'm just happy the Mariners lost. What a hater. We got Rick in the chat. Not able to hop on, bro. Sorry. Also, something is up with the mic. Sounds like it's going in and out. Thank you. And Rick, you thick bastard. We miss you. Miss you too, Ginge. Colts looking good. I guess it would be touchdown Seattle if they recovered. If Houston recovered safety, I guess it would be Seattle touchdown if they recovered. But they did recover. The Seahawks, they did recover. But then Seattle recovered it. I mean, and then the Texans recovered it. So if the running back ran with the football, got hit, and the ball bounced out and it was a fumble, and the Texans recovered it in the end zone, it would have been safety. So why did a fumble that resulted in the Texans recovering in their own end zone result in a touchback and not a safety? That's why I'm confused. Here's a run with Kenneth Walker. Kenneth Walker's not had much success in this game. This is just great D'Amico Ryan's defense and a great front, but luckily for the Seahawks, they're the most successful team at throwing the ball 20 yards or more downfield, so we'll see. There we go, successful 5-yard run. Let's check on that mic really quick. See how it's sounding. Check one, check one. Check 1, 2, 3. Check 1, 2, 3. Let's see. Check 1, 2, 3. 4, 5, 6. How does it sound? Okay. Turn it down a little bit. Turn that down. Let's see. How are we sounding now? Check 1, 2, 3. All right, let's see if this is any better. Check 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Interception. Interception. And, it doesn't sound great. Let's see. See if that does anything. Check 1, 2, 3. Check 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Ladies and gentlemen, switch back from the bomb, the bang, the bang, diggy, diggy, didn't see the boogie, the drop the boogie. Bomb with the bomb, the bang, diggy, diggy, didn't see the bomb with the bomb, the bang, diggy, diggy, didn't see the boogie, the drop the boogie. Bomb with the bomb, the bang, the bang. My name is Kid. Bomb with the bomb, the bang, diggy. It should not be this. Let's see. Maybe did that make a difference? Was my cord just a little loose there? Check 1, 2, 3. See, turning it up more to see what that does. Check 1, 2, 3. All right, check 1, 2, 3. Check 1, 2, 3. Here we go. And I think that was the problem. I think we just fixed it. Yes, that was the problem. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Only Football podcast, which is now just only football. And we are getting really close for it to being absolutely perfect. And let's just see what that sounds like. We'll put it away a little bit. Here we go. How does this sound? It sounds a lot better. Let's see if that makes a difference at all. Not make it better. All right. Check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for tuning in to the Only Football podcast. And I'm listening to it right now to see how it sounds. And I think we got it fixed. I think what we had was the TV in the background too. I strip sack. It gets recovered by number 79. We're going to turn it down just a little bit more. We're at 90% perfect. I want to get it to 100. And let's turn down just one more notch. Here we go. How are we sounding? 5 minutes, 32 seconds left. All right, I think we got it right here. This is a $500 microphone, so if it doesn't sound absolutely perfect, it's because I'm doing something wrong. I always want to make sure that the audio is perfect because that is the quality you guys deserve. All right. 5 minutes and 5 seconds left in the second half. And okay, that sounds a lot better. And I think we can live with that. CJ Stroud is going to hand it off. Nowhere to go. Absolutely nowhere to go. And 4 minutes and 30 seconds left in the second quarter. Offensive lineman last week. Offensive line shuffle. Oh, they're showing week 1, the offensive line versus the Colts. And since then, they have all moved positions pretty much. Remember, they had to get rid of Laramie Tunsil. Well, they didn't have to, but they chose to send Laramie Tunsil to the Commanders. And that's turned out to be a costly thing. I'm sure there's been plenty moments where CJ Stroud wishes he had Laramie Tunsil still. All right. Something just still sounds like it could be a little bit better, and I'm trying to figure out what it is. Let me see if the microphone is this close to my mouth. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? All right. Oh, Nico Collins throws his hands up, believes that there was a flag, and he gets it. So that's going to put the Texans almost into the red zone. There we go. We got it. We got it. Thank you guys for bearing with me during that audio check. CJ Stroud at the 30. Oh my God, what a great job by him. Oh, and then he throws it to Nick Chubb. That was an amazing job of stepping up into the pocket. Look at this. Pressure is coming around the corner, and he just steps up, uses his speed. Not really the fastest guy, but he has the ability to run and just leads Nick Chubb too much. I don't know if Nick Chubb made a business decision by not catching that ball, because there's a good chance he would have got hit pretty hard. Or if he just, oh my gosh, what are you doing? CJ Stroud, if you fall on the snap, get back up. We saw Trevor Lawrence get back up and score a touchdown. He just laid there, and he had a full 2 seconds to get up, and he just gave up on the play. Look at him. He trips. Maybe he thought, "Yeah, I don't wanna fumble the ball trying to get up." He looks up and he sees, as soon as he rolls over, he sees multiple Seahawks coming towards him. Way he dominated. Here we go, quick pass. 3rd and 15, and that's gonna set up a field goal. 12 was perfect. So no more P. Gotta push P. Let me go back. I missed something. Kyle's audio is very choppy as a Texans passing game. That's how old we are. He references "and the chicks with beepers" in that song. A 12-year-old couldn't save their life telling you what a beeper is. That's hilarious. Bone with the bone, the bang. This is for the kids that don't have no answers. The midnight dances and the Cadillac and the chicks with beepers. The northern lights to the southern. Get in the back and try to love someone. Bong with the bong, the bang, dicky, see the boogie, all drop the boogie. Bong with the bong. Dude, me and my brother used to go into my uncle Randy's room. He's not even really my uncle. He was just my dad's. He was just a guy that lived with us for like 10 years. Very strange, right? But he was my dad's buddy. Anyway, we used to go into his room and put this CD into the CD player in his room, and we would turn it up. I think it was, if I'm not mistaken, it was the very first or maybe the second. I think it might have been the second song on that CD, and we would turn it all the way up and just at like 5 and 7, 8 and 9, just the just going ham. It was at that point in my life, easily the greatest thing my ears ever heard was that. There was nothing that was even comparable. It was like, "What is this?" And it's funny because, like, as an adult, you're like, "It's rock," but then at the same time, it's like, "No, but I wasn't a huge rock fan." Because it wasn't rock. It was rap, and it was rock, and it was something that is like, outside of being 5 and 7 and not having a very diverse music knowledge of music, even as an adult, like, Kid Rock is a unique genre of music, and even as a young kid, without the context and knowledge of that, it's like we still knew the soul of the music was still able to penetrate our hearts, and we were able to know at that age, like, we are listening to something that is unique and different than anything else that exists in the world, and it's true. I mean, "Bone with the bone, the bang," like, what does that even mean? You know what I mean? I still don't know, but I'll never forget how I felt as a kid listening to that song. Here's a good return. 2 minutes and 13 seconds left. Jen just said, "I seen him live. It was the shit." Dude, I heard Kid Rock is one of the greatest live performers ever because he plays the drum, he plays the guitar, he does vocals. Like, as far as putting on an actual show, I heard Kid Rock is one of the greatest shows ever. And on top of that, Kid Rock has been the biggest advocate for getting Ticketmaster and StubHub, to not be allowed to resell tickets because you're seeing now, like, you wanna go see a show and tickets are over $1,000 a ticket. So Kid Rock is, like, he's bringing this to Congress, like, trying to get a law passed where ticket broker I forget what the actual term is. There's a word for it, like, but it's basically when you buy a bunch of tickets so that you control the inventory, thus control the price. Is if I own all of the tickets, then I can make them all $1,000 each, and you guys have no choice, you have to buy them because I have all of them. And we've seen this before. I don't know if you guys remember this, but there was a show where 50 Cent, I forget who he did this to, but he did this to, like, a rapper that he had beef with. He bought all of the tickets, And the rapper shows up, right? And this is like a big-ish venue. This isn't like a little tiny, like, restaurant or anything. So he shows up to this venue and no one's there. And it was 50 Cent, like, not a prank. He was doing it to, you know, piss him off because he left like maybe like a couple tickets so that people were actually there and he would have to perform. So you had like this big venue and there's like two guys sitting there and this rapper has to go out there and like, you know, I'm going, and he can't even like, put the mic in the air, and you can't even really feel yourself as a performer when there's nobody in the crowd. Like, you have no one else's energy to like bounce off. Like, imagine how difficult that would be. And 50 Cent did that to somebody. So anyway, that's what he's trying to make illegal. He was good, man. Run DMC was there, so I was in the darker section with my peeps. Dude, I you should go to Bonnaroo. Bonnaroo is like the most diverse music festival ever. It's similar to probably like a Coachella, but it's way cooler, I think, because it's also camping. Um, but I don't know. I'm biased because my first music festival was Bonnaroo, and it's just the coolest vibe. Like, they have an area called Soberoo, where if you wanna go and not partake in a bunch of drugs and alcohol, you can go there. They do yoga, there's running in the morning, the shows are incredible. Like, I saw Paul McCartney, R. Kelly, Kendrick Lamar, all in the same day. Like, how strange is that? 2nd and 5, handoff. This is gonna be Charbonnet, who's been running the ball a lot, a lot heavier than Kenneth Walker, going downfield, picking up those hard-fought runs. I'm still mad that Shakar, whatever his name is, I'm still mad that he didn't get kicked out for that hit on Sam Darnold. At some point, your track record should come into play. Dude, they picked up the blitz perfectly. Look at the Texans try to overload the right side. They bring the safety, I think that was the nickel safety or the outside linebacker, they bring him downhill, and Seattle picks it up perfectly. Ooh. Sam Darnold fired the ball a little low, almost picked off by Lassiter. That's Kamari Lassiter. Woo! Sam Darnold, man. I just don't understand the Vikings moving off of Sam Darnold after what he did last year. And the JJ McCarthy thing, it's like, yeah, but he had JJ. What's he supposed to do? Trade him. Like, why is it so difficult? Like, I feel like the Vikings are no different than a person that has an addiction to gambling, and you're like, you don't have to do this. Like, why do you feel like you have to do this? Because I used the first round draft pick. Do you know how many draft picks in the first round don't work out, period? That doesn't matter. You know what matters? Having a franchise quarterback. So you're willing to get rid of a franchise quarterback to take a chance in a quarterback only because hoping that he can become what you saw already with Sam Darnold last year. You're hoping, gambling, that he can become what Sam Darnold, something you already have. You're hoping he becomes it because you used a first round draft pick on him. But you used your first round draft pick because you needed a franchise quarterback. Sam Darnold gives you that. I mean, imagine if the 49ers traded Brock Purdy And they were like, "We have no choice. We drafted Trey Lance too high." Imagine if the Colts started Anthony Richardson this year instead of Daniel Jones because they had no choice. They drafted Anthony Richardson too high. That is just such a boneheaded. As much as Kevin O'Connell's gotten right, and he's gotten a lot right. I mean, he's one of the best coaches in the NFL, easily. This is a major blemish on his coaching career, in my opinion. Because anybody that's willing to give up what they had last year with Sam Darnold for box number 2, which is the mystery box, is gambling with the franchise. It's reckless. It makes no sense. Blocked field goal. The field goal's blocked. They got it. If they recover it, what happens? I feel like when a blocked field goal happens, no one knows what to do, including the refs. Because everyone acted like it was a live ball, and then it went into the end zone, and all of a sudden it wasn't a live ball. So what would have happened if it was recovered before the end zone by the Seahawks? Would it be their ball there? You know, what are the rules? I still don't understand that. 50 is marketing genius. If his rival didn't sell out, he can't be a rival anymore. Young Buck and Lloyd Banks selling over 200,000 units each right after G Unit. He waits to do those records and they flop it. Yeah, definitely. Thinking about it, 50's so underrated, maybe the best debut album ever. Now it's the best. I wonder if it was GM or coach or if they're both that dumb. And no, HR isn't that dumb. Exactly. It's crazy. Yeah. Oh, wow. They just threw a deep ball to Jalen Knoll. They have a couple timeouts. 29 yards. Let's see. I missed it. Snap. Oh, yeah. That's a good throw. See, CJ Stroud will give you a throw like that, and it's like, this guy can flat out play, man. We just and we gotta not act like the Texans were just like a great offense before CJ Stroud got there. They don't have Joe Mixon. They've been trying to figure out what to do at running back. Tennessee, yeah, Seattle's about to call timeout. Mike McDonald did not like whatever it was that he saw. He was running out. I believe in Stroud too. I think he's just anytime. It's same thing with Jaden. Like we talk about sophomore slumps, but it depends. Like if a quarterback shows you a certain ceiling, it's not like that didn't happen. Like even if CJ had a bad year and the Texans wanted to, let's say they wanted to get rid of him, somebody else would be super lucky because somebody else out there would go, "Well, we saw this guy play at a high level." Like, unless you've been in the league for over 10 years, like, okay, maybe if you're, 10 years in the league and your career comes to a halting, "I suck," yeah, you can chalk that up to age. Russell Wilson, Manning in 2015. But if it's like a guy in his second, third year, that's exactly what the Colts did. They were like, "Okay, can we watch the 2021 Vikings and, Giants playoff game again?" And they're watching Daniel Jones. Go back and watch the highlights of the Vikings-Giants playoff game in Minnesota that the Giants won. And you watch that, and I'm sure the Colts were sitting in the room and going, "Look at this guy. Like, this guy's in there. This guy's in there somewhere." And, man, it's a lot harder to take a chance on, like, a Sam Darnold, for Carolina, I guess, when you look at the Jets and there's no glory moments to cling to be like, "Oh, but look at this one game or this one year," like, and that's why I give so much credit to Kevin O'Connell, you know, for what he did to Sam Darnold. But Daniel Jones, like, he w he did put out that type of film to tell you, like, "Hey, this guy's got a pretty high ceiling." Like, we've seen him go into a playoff atmosphere and shred a defense, I mean, in my opinion, like, for the Colts to take a chance on Daniel Jones, at the time, I know people were like, "Nah, I don't know about that." I didn't think it was gonna work either, but now, looking back on it, like, it's obvious what the Colts were thinking. "Hey, we have Anthony Richardson. This guy sucks. Like, what do we have to lose?" The Giants are ready to move off this guy. He's got a bunch of games where he's showing you he can play at a high level. We should take a chance on this guy, bring him in, see what he can do. And lo and behold, like, holy crap, he's exactly what the Colts needed, a point guard. Between Daniel Jones and Tyler Warren, the Colts changed their entire year. The Colts might be a Super Bowl team. The Colts might be a Super Bowl team. There might be a statue of Daniel Jones next to Peyton Manning when it's all said and done. Think about that. You guys wanna hear some numbers after week 7? Here's some numbers now that week 7 is in the books. NFL team rushing yards per game. The new top 6 teams. You got Buffalo at number 1. And let me just confirm. Buffalo. Let me see Washington. Let me go Washington, Dallas. I just wanna confirm that these numbers reflect I wanna make sure that these numbers reflect, week 7. Alright, so player stats, team stats, rushing yards, 136. Washington, last one, 136. So, yes, these numbers are post week 7. So, after week 7, okay, Buffalo's number 1 in the NFL in rushing yards per game. Number 2 is Washington. Number 3 is Carolina, believe it or not. Carolina is averaging 193 rushing yards per game over their last 3 games. I gotta take notes of this. I was gonna take notes, but with the doubleheader, I didn't have time. I gotta just make a couple little notes here. Panthers, man, 193.3 last 3 rushing yards per game. Then you got Atlanta, number 4 in the league, despite only having 62 yards, which is, pretty crazy. So Atlanta was 4th, 136, and that is despite only 62 yards. Jeez. Then you got Detroit at number 5, and their last one is 164. And I just want to see how fast does this update? Let me go team stats, rushing yards. 164. This is updated already. Holy crap. So Detroit 164 in their last one. This is already updated from Monday Night Football. Detroit is 5th and Denver 6th, 131. Denver had 142 rushing yards. It's crazy because we can't rush the football to save our life, and yet somehow we are rushing for over 130 yards. And then the Colts are 7th. Pretty crazy, right? The Panthers, though, being 3rd. That's pretty crazy stuff right there. So Denver 6th and the Colts are 7th. 130 versus 131. Colts are averaging 142 yards at home, which would put them in 3rd place overall. But weirdly enough, only 114 yards on the road. It's a big difference. It's a big difference. Look at some of the bad teams. The Cincinnati Bengals are last, 68 rush yards per game. Tennessee, and then Philly. Philly still 30th, man. 30th. Their last game, they had 45 yards rushing. How does that happen? How does that happen? 45 yards? Who did Philly play? I can think. Who did Philly play? Didn't they have a bounce back win? Yeah, the Vikings. They had 45 rushing yards against the Vikings. And let's see. How good are the Vikings? Rushing defense, opponent rushing yards per game. The Vikings, Minnesota, they're 18th in the league, giving up 117 rushing yards per game. So it's not like they're number 1 or number 2. They're 18th. Great. That's crazy, right? They're giving up 118. Very strange. Green Bay's number 1 in the NFL in rushing yards allowed per game. New England's number 2. Seattle's number 3. Cleveland 4. Detroit 5. Colts 6. Houston 7. Jacksonville 8. Carolina 9. Denver 10. So Broncos are 10th. They would have been a lot higher, but they gave up 119 yards on the ground on Sunday. They're only giving up 81 yards at home, which would put them 3rd in the NFL or 4th in the NFL. But on the road, they're giving up 102 yards, which would put them at 13th. So not that big of a fall. Pretty consistent. Giving up less than 100 yards per game. Indianapolis giving up 90.3, so 3 yards less than Denver. So really, Indianapolis, Houston, Jacksonville, Carolina, and Denver are all between 90 and 93 yards a game. Nothing here is crazy, but I do want to keep track of the Colts because I'm going to make a video this week about why the Colts are for real. Also, Detroit. Detroit is 5th. In rushing yards allowed. And what do we know? When you're a top 5 rushing team and top 5 at stopping the rush, you're probably going to be the best team in the league. Detroit 5th, Colts 6th. Green Bay, look at New England, 2nd in the league. Seattle's 3rd. Isn't it funny? The top 5 teams at stopping the run are all have winning records. New England, Seattle, Green Bay, Detroit, Indianapolis. The only team that doesn't is Detroit and Houston. Cleveland and Houston. Only sub 500 teams, top 6. And let's see, right? Why would Houston and Cleveland be in the top 6? And they're the only 2 teams that are not with a winning record. Well, let's see. Where are they in points per game? Houston is 20th. They're averaging 21.6 points per game. And Cleveland is 30th. Wow. Cleveland's 30th. Only 16.1 points per game. So the Colts are number 1 in the league, 33 points per game. Last week, Dallas was number 1, but the Colts, after scoring 38 points, that's weird because the Cowboys scored 44. Let me see. Last week, nope, Indianapolis was still number 1. Okay, Dallas was number 3. 10, 20. Okay, yeah. Points per game. Indianapolis, Dallas, Detroit, Buffalo, Seattle are all top 5. And look at Kansas City. They're 6th. After spending the last 2 years 15th in points per game, they finally approached the top 5 again. All right, we're back to this game, which, like I said, when Seattle was up 14-0, one or two things was going to happen. Seattle was going to run away with this game, or Houston, who leads the NFL in points allowed defensively, they are going to stop Seattle from scoring for quite a while. And that seems like what's happened here, because Houston only gives up 12.2 points per game, and they gave that up on the first 2 drives. Here's a handoff by C.J. Stroud. Haven't been successful running the ball, and that's because Seattle's 3rd in the NFL in stopping the run going into this game. You're going to probably be higher when it's over. Philly Tampa, New England, Kansas City, Rams, Green Bay, all doing really good at protecting the football. Here, Stroud stepping up, interception. And he's going to get up and run. And he's got time. He's got space. He's at the 20 and goes all the way to the 15-yard line. In Seattle on the opening drive, a flag, late flag. There's a late flag. And let's see what the penalty is, because these penalties, they can be killers. Seattle's been good this year. They're 4th in penalties. Illegal blindside block on the return by Seattle. So yeah, Seattle's been pretty good. The Rams, weirdly enough, Cincinnati's number 1, tied with the Rams as the most disciplined team in the NFL as far as penalties. Then Atlanta, then Seattle, and then Detroit. Let's see, where's Houston? Houston's 14th. Denver, Chicago, Jacksonville, Green Bay, all down at the bottom. Denver's got to get it cleaned up. They had 12 penalties. 12 penalties on Sunday. I don't know if I have been that mad in a long time. But yeah, they got to get it cleaned up. Still think it's weird that Philly couldn't run the ball for more than 45 yards against Minnesota in a dome, against a team that's ranked 18th, giving up 118 rushing yards per game. They ran for 45. And it's really weird because Philly came off 2 back-to-back losses after being 4-0. And the only thing different was that they stopped running the ball 18 or more attempts to Saquon Barkley. So I thought if I were them, I'd be like, let's go back to what we were doing when we were undefeated and feed Barkley. But apparently they didn't do that, but ended up getting a win anyway. Here's a run with Kenneth Walker. Crowds booing because the offensive line came and pushed the pile, and Kenneth Walker appeared to be was going to be pushed 10, 15 yards forward. But they called forward progress. Why did forward progress get called? It was stopped for like a second, but then you got that push. I think they called it too early. Here's Walker. He's going to spin on 3rd and 3 and only pick up 1.5. So it's going to be 4th and a yard and a half. And Ginger brings up a good point about the Colts. We've drafted amazingly everywhere besides corner and quarterback. I hope you're right. Get a pick with both those dicks. Yeah, I mean, and you don't have to draft the QB. You can just get Daniel Jones. Look at, drops a dime to JSN. What a throw to convert. On 4th down, you throw it to JSN. That, look at this. Look at that. Look at the trust between Sam Darnold and JSN. Before JSN even comes out of this break, this ball is being thrown by Darnold with 2 guys covering JSN. And yet, it doesn't matter. Here's a handoff. Kenneth Walker is going to pick up 3. Second and 7. 2nd and 7. Fakes the handoff. Looking to throw. Fires it in the flat. It's going to be a catching gain of nothing, though. All right. It's JSN time. Let's get JSN another touchdown. Because I bet on it. That's why. I got JSN scoring 2 touchdowns in this game. I thought he'd have a big game, so I went with the JSN touchdown combined with 150 yards receiving, and then I did one with 125. Come on, let's get it to JSN here. And they're going to go the other way, and it's not even close. Timing, pass, all of it was off. So they're going to kick a field goal. JSN, though, 125 yards. He's got 78 already, so I had Seattle winning by 13.5, JSN having 70 yards, and him having 2 touchdowns. So if he can get one more touchdown, I'll win $85 there. And then Seattle's got to win by 14. Right now, they're up by 11, but haven't seen a lot offensively. And then I put one in that pays out a lot more. Nico Collins, 6 receptions. He's got 4. Cooper Kupp, 3. He's got 2. I mean, no, he has 1. Charbonnet to get another touchdown. JSN to get 1 more touchdown. Charbonnet to have 11 more rushing yards. Kenneth Walker to have 18 more. JSN to have 2 more catches. And then JSN to have 125 yards. That pays out $656. Let's see, quick bets on this drive. Let's go Texans 8th drive, players to catch a pass. Let's go. Have they been playing Woody Marks or Nick Chubb more? I'm going to go Houston Texans 8th drive passing yards. Let's go with 30 passing yards. Let's go Nico Collins. Let's not overthink it. Let's go Nico Collins and Schultz and Woody Marks, all to catch a pass. And Nico Collins to have 15 receiving yards. $1 pays out 25. All right. So I love this because then it's like you're betting on each drive. CJ Stroud, 30 passing yards. Nico Collins, Woody Marks, and Dalton Schultz to have a catch. And Nico Collins to have 15 yards receiving. $26. $1 payout. Remember the 2022 Rose Bowl, CJ Stroud and JSN. They used to be a team. Not anymore. 15 receptions, 347 yards, and 3 touchdowns in that game. Stroud had 573 passing yards. This is going to be returned, and he's going to get the 30, and he's going to get to the 33. That's a good return. That's a good return right there. That is solid. So here we go. Dan Dude, Dan Orlowski is everywhere. He is everywhere. It's amazing to see Dan Orlowski and all the traveling that he does. And then the guy from College Football Game Day, what's his name? He does all the college football. Oh, incomplete. That would have been Nico Collins. That would have been the the yards I needed. Man, it would have been perfect. Second and 10 now. Seahawks defense, 19.5 points allowed. That's 6th in the NFL. Pressure coming. Quick throw. Schultz. There's Schultz. That's 1. There we go. That's exactly what I needed. Now, going deep. Oh, he just throws it away. There's going to be holding on the Seahawks, so automatic first down. Is this finally the drive for the Texans? And that's on Hutchinson. He wasn't even looking for a flag. Here we go. This time they're just going to hand it off. And that's Woody Marks. I feel, I got to say, it's so, there's a unique challenge being an expansion team. I remember where I was when the Houston Texans were announced as a football team. And I'll get to that in a second. 2nd and 6. Oh, almost intercepted. There's a unique challenge to an expansion team, and I'll put it like this. And if you guys are fans of the show, you've heard me say this. I have a deep belief that we do not pick our passions in life. Our passions choose us. And the way I always tell people is at 6 years old, I decided from opening a book I was going to be a Broncos fan. I care so deeply that I've never missed a game. What kid at that age is capable of just deciding, I'm going to do this, and then all of a sudden they really care? 3rd down, and somehow able to hang on to it. Now they're saying incomplete. And what are they going to punt it now? But yeah, the ball never hit the ground. Oh, there it goes. But you know, like kids want to be ninjas. They want to be all kinds of things. And then it's a phase, and it comes and it goes, and it's like, for me though, it's like, okay, like this became the most important thing, outside of family. And it became the most important thing. And like, how did that happen? Because I decided a lot of things, and I don't even remember what they were because they were, you know what I mean? So like, what is the magic ingredient that is required for those things to stick? And that's why I believe that we don't really pick our passions. That's why you say you have a kid, you have him play all the sports. Why? Because you're trying to see which one he likes. Why do we like what we like? Why do you like the music you like? Why do you have the personality that you have? Where did it come from? Right? It's unique to you and why. You know what I mean? And that's why being a real person, like, if you pretend like you're into something to, be friends with a certain group, it's not gonna work. If someone pretended to be a Broncos fan and I started talking to them about the Broncos, I could find out in 1 minute if they're, not really a fan. It wouldn't be hard. I would just naturally talk to them about Denver, and I would find out that they're faking it. So that's what being real is. It's just being what you really are and what you really love. And the question is, where did those things come from? And the only conclusion that I could come to using human logic is that those things are given to us. We are just born with them. Okay? No different than being born with a certain set of gifts, whether it's singing or dancing or architecture, whatever. Sure, you can, use skill and practice to develop certain skills, but to care about something enough to be okay with obsessing over, like Kobe was obsessed with being great at basketball because he loved basketball. But why did he love basketball? He loved basketball because it was part of who he was, and there's no real answer we can give, okay? I say all that to say this. When we decide as kids that we're gonna, it's placed in us, right? And we just go with it. But when you're an expansion team, there's no history. You're a brand new team, and people, 75,000 people have to just say, "I'm gonna be a Texans fan." Okay? Just like I said, "I'm gonna be a Broncos fan." They have to say the same thing. But I got lucky. I got lucky it stuck. Most kids that say, "I'm gonna do this," they don't actually end up doing it. So the Texans had to build a fan base, and they didn't have any history. They're brand new. They don't have storylines and players and drama. They just started from scratch, and it's like, "Oh, I'm a diehard Texans fan." It's like, how? How are you a diehard Texans fan? Like, they just got here. How could you be a diehard Texans fan, you know, their first year as a team? Because they're my city's team, and I'm choosing to love them. Okay, that's fine. That's fine, but, like, I've done that before. I've been like, "I want a baseball team. I'm gonna be a Red Sox fan." It didn't stick, you know what I mean? Like, I've tried this with many other things, like, I wanna I'm a Broncos fan, so I'm gonna be a Nuggets fan. I'll turn the game on when it's on, but I don't, like, I don't plan my life around when the Nuggets play. That would be crazy. I don't care enough. And there's a safety, and it's gonna be a touchdown. Texans. What a turn of events there. Will Anderson Jr. single-handedly just put the Texans back in this game. Maybe that's why there's Texans fans now. But all I'm saying is I couldn't I've tried what I did with the Broncos. I've tried it with many other teams, and I've come to the conclusion that you can't just decide you're gonna be passionate about a team, and you actually, like, care so deeply that you're willing to plan your entire life around that team, your entire vacations around that team, what your baby is gonna wear on their first day of being born, the Christmas pictures, the Denver's playing on Christmas, so we have to make sure that we're somewhere we're capable, like, to care that deeply, like, you can't get there by just choosing, and that's why I believe that even though I chose to be a Broncos fan, obviously there was something deeper at play, something I don't fully understand, that made it click for me. So for these other Texans fans, right, that just said, "I'm gonna be a Texans fan because they're my city's team and I'm gonna support them." You can buy tickets, you can buy a jersey, you can show up in the stands, but how do you get 85,000 fans that care so deeply that they are diehards for life? When you have a team as old as the Green Bay Packers, it's easy. You got, let's say there's, a handful of kids like me that just chose at a young age and it's like somehow it's stuck and that's a very small minority. There's My grandfather was at the game when Vince Lombardi, walked in that stadium, as our head coach. Like I saw Super Bowl 1. I was at the Ice Bowl. There's people in my family that have a patch of Lambeau Fields grass in the deep freezer in their basement. I can't tell you, like, how big of a deal the Green Bay Packers are to the people in Wisconsin. And let's say out of every generation, there's, 5% diehards, right? 5% of every generation in Green Bay is a diehard fan. But over the span of, 70 years, that you have enough to fill the stadium to where you're not just filling the stadium with fans anymore. You're filling the stadium with fans that all care more than anything in the world, they care about the Packers. And it takes years and years to get there. But when you get there, you see Green Bay has a 100 or a 50-year waiting list for season tickets. Why? Because they've officially gotten to the point where there's not one person that doesn't wanna, give up everything they have to go to a Packers game. But how do you get there as an expansion team? You have no history. You have a bunch of people that just decided to support the team, and that's great, but how do you fill that stadium with people that care as much as the people in Green Bay care about the Packers? Or Denver, they have the longest active home sellout streak in the NFL. They have John Elway, Manning, and statues, and Pat Bowlen, and there's so much history around the team. You could just walk around the stadium. It's like a museum out there. Texans came in 2002. There's no storylines. I think there's no retired players from the Texans yet. They haven't even had a Hall of Famer, I mean, not retired, Hall of Famer. Uh, DeAndre Hopkins will probably be the first Hall of Famer. TJ Watt. TJ Watt is the first Hall of Famer. So they're getting there. They're getting to that point where there's some history. And the most important thing probably is just, you know, kids growing up seeing, "Oh, my parents are Texans fans, so I grew up and the Texans run the team." Because kids don't know, like, about the history or how long they've been a team. All they know is, like, mom and dad like the Texans, so you probably right now are starting to raise those children are becoming adults, those children who didn't know the Texans were an expansion team. They're just now becoming adults, and therefore, the Texans are just now getting to the timeline where they have real diehard fans for the first time in history. It's probably happening right about now. And, it'll take decades and decades until it resembles anything close to, what Green Bay, Chicago, Pittsburgh, Denver, these storied franchises, Seattle. It'll take a very long time to get to that point, but I just think it's something that doesn't get talked about enough. When you talk about the challenges of being an expansion team, people go straight to draft picks and personnel. I think the greatest challenge is having a fan base to back you. You know, you can fill the stadium by people that just wanna go to the game and drink and, you know, hang out, but the real challenge is packing the stadium with people that would give up, you know, 70% of a paycheck. Like, that's what I did. I worked for 4 months just to pay for my own flight to Denver, my own hotel in Denver, my own ticket to a playoff game, to go to a game by myself in a city where I knew nobody, and I did that whole adventure alone just because and it took months and months of saving. At a job, I was making 240 bucks a week, and yet how do you get how do you get to that point as a fan base where you got people that would forfeit a month's pay just to see you play live? That's when I think when it comes to expansion teams, I think that's the biggest hurdle of all, and that's the end of my story time. I hope you guys understand what I'm trying to say, and I wanna start from the beginning here. Right here. For fuck's sake, I stepped away from my laptop for a few minutes, and I returned to find that Kyle has morphed into Socrates. What's Socrates? What is that? Texans fans built a fan base by appealing to residents of their state who had too much self-respect to be Dallas fans. I love that. That's actually hilarious. I was lucky enough, my grandpa, dad, and uncles were all huge sports fans. Yeah, that's a big part of it. Hawks offense has been out of sync ever since Cup threw that pick. Yeah, they are struggling to get it going. And I love them too. And I just took on the teams they loved. Yeah, may as well be their sports family too. I have one dick-headed uncle that roots against those teams, Bengals fan. I know I hate that one family member that's like, "I'm just cheering for your team to lose." I'm like, "Why would you do that?" I have people my dad, I don't know if he does it anymore, but he used to actively cheer my brother too, they would cheer against the Broncos because I was such a big fan that they, like, wanted me to be sad. I don't understand it. Like, at its core, I'm just not that type of a person that would be like, "Oh, what do you love so much?" Even if I was annoyed by it, like, why would I want you why would I want you to be sad? You know what I mean? Like, just like a rule of thumb. It's like that scene in White Chicks where he's like, "Hey, there ain't dairy in this, is there? Because I'm lactose intolerant." And he goes, "Why would I wanna upset your stomach?" You know? Like, I feel that line because I'm that's just the way I'm wired, like, I don't wanna I don't want people to be sad overall, like, I don't I definitely put 0 amount of my energy into thinking about other people's, like, how can I cause them sadness or what outcomes would potentially make them sad. That is, like honestly, I think that's close to psycho behavior. JJ was so fucking good. Yeah, he was. That's why he's a Hall of Famer. I wasn't alive when the Colts moved here, but we cheated expansion because our owner hated Baltimore that bad. Yeah, it's true. Like the Colts got around. Same with the Cleveland Browns. Like they're not truly an expansion team, even though they kind of were technically based on like draft picks and players and how they acquired their team. They were an expansion team, but the name and the history that made it a lot easier. Like, the Texans are, like, the only team in the Jaguars. They're the only teams that I can think of that are, like and the Carolina Panthers, like, true expansion teams. And the Panthers have the same issue. Like, it helps that they went to a Super Bowl in 2015, and also in 2002 or 2001, which is funny because Carolina made it to the Super Bowl so quick after being an expansion team that the NFL decided to change the rules for what a team is acquired for being an expansion team. And some people believe if you really get to the root of it, that's why Cleveland has been bad for its entire existence, the new Cleveland Browns. It has to do with the NFL overcorrecting after the Panthers made it to the Super Bowl too quick. Terry Crews was awesome in White Chicks. He was. And 2025. Terry Crews is the man, dude. I think I'm gonna clip this because I'm gonna clip that whole little story I went on because I think it's interesting that I've never heard this side of, you know, Texans ever discussed. I never hear it discussed. People talk about the challenges. Never ever do you hear about the challenge of having fans that passionately care. It is so important. I remember, and I do this after every game I go to. I couldn't do it for the Colts game because I don't know how that stadium works, but the Bengals game, the Seahawks game, the Seahawks is the same way, the way their stadium is. But I'll just say every game I go to where it's permitted, I wait for the Broncos to come out. I did it when they played the Chiefs and got beat by like 40 points. I wait for the players to leave the stadium and then their bus that gets a police escort either to the hotel or back to the airport. I go out there and I wave to the team and I give like thumbs up and I clap. And they go for it on 4th down and don't get it. Houston. Wow. Seattle takes over in plus territory. But yeah, I clap and it's like I let them know like I am with you guys, like ride or die. Like, hey, you lose by 40, I lose by 40. Like there's nothing that you guys can do that will change how much I care. And I want to make sure when the players are leaving that they remember, because to them, let's be real, for a lot of these guys, it's just a job. No, they care deeply because it's their livelihood. It's a very different thing. Fandom is a lot different than like a lot of these people, they will go to whatever team believes in them, and then they will love that team for that reason. But other than that reason, there's that reason and livelihood. There's no connection to that particular team. So I want to make sure that our players, when they're leaving, they remember that there are fans like me that care deeply enough to stand in the cold, wet rain after losing by 40 just to make sure that you guys know how much I care. So maybe you'll remember that in practice, or remember that when you're getting ready to play a division rival. Because ultimately, it's the fans' responsibility to make sure the players know how much we care. And we just hope that that changes, the way that they practice and prepare on a weekly basis and the kind of effort that they put out. Because I speak on behalf of every diehard fan where if we had the abilities, we would put our body on the line for a dub. We don't. So the best we can do is let the players know where we're at. 3rd and 7. Quick throw, JSN. Oh, I thought he was going to break it. He was so close. I need him to get a second touchdown. I thought he was going to break it. I had JSN with 2 touchdowns, 125 yards, and I thought right there he was about to break one. Oh, gosh, he almost Will Anderson Jr. able to bring him down. Otherwise, JSN's going into the end zone here. 3rd consecutive game with 100 receiving yards, so he just needs a little bit more. They're going to fake the handoff, looking, firing. No, that was it. That was the touchdown. Oh, no, and it's a PI, but he should have caught it. Come on. JSN, dude. Of course, that's how I'm going to lose it to you. Dude, you got to catch this ball. The NHL, the Vegas Aces, made it to the Stanley Cup in their first year in expansion. It happens sometimes. The NFL owners got mad over some fluky shit. Sounds like Jerry. Didn't wait there, but awesome enough. Still got to see them leaving. Yeah. I mean, it was so cool. I just thought about COVID and how lame every event was because people weren't there without us. There isn't a them. Yeah, honestly. Here's Charbonnet, who I had getting 2 touchdowns. We're going to throw it to him, and he's not going to get there. Just, God, run the ball up the freaking middle. Damn it. But why is JSN out? Oh, because they're going to go with a bunch formation, heavy formation, bring in a additional lineman. Let's see if any of these linemen report eligible. Got looks like Will Disley in here. Touchdown. Charbonnet, who I also had getting 2 touchdowns. So one guy drops it, but the other guy runs it. So there we go. That's my $900 bet. Charbonnet, 2 touchdowns. There it is. Boom. So all I need now is and JSN needs 2 more receiving yards. And he has 125. And I think no matter what happens, the game is close enough where Seattle's going to continue to push the ball downfield. I need JSN to score a touchdown. Kenneth Walker to have 7 more yards rushing. Charbonnet to have 10 more yards rushing, which I expect a good dose of running after their next touchdown. Cooper Kupp, 2 more catches. Nico Collins, 2 more catches. $900. No, $656. JSN gets 1 more touchdown, I'll win $85 on top of that if Seattle wins by 13.5. So could win about $800 here in the next quarter, depending on how JSN does. Oh, he's got to take this out now. Catches it, drops it. Now he's taking it out, and he's going to get stuffed at the 19. Finding tobacco was a dub, by the way. I'm smoking a ciggy. Oh, you remembered that. I'm going to throw some in right now. I found this stuff. It's pretty awesome. It's a whole pack for $1.99. It's Chattanooga Chew. just take a handful of it. Here we go, CJ Stroud. Charbonnet. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, brother. Do it. Throw in deep. Incomplete. And just like that, it's third down. Yeah, man. This Texans, man, this offense. Really need to convert here, man. Still a 2-possession game, 15 points. But not just today, all year. Free blitzer sack lunch. No. Oh, he hits the Jared Allen. I don't know. Some of y'all don't even know about that. By the way, Jared Allen, who I remember him from the Vikings, but he played with the Chiefs first. And he was at the Chiefs Lions game. And you know that thing that they hammer before the game? The boom. He was hammering it. Apparently, he's being inducted in the Hall of Fame this year, I believe. I used to do that sack dance when I played football. I have real long arms, so I was really good as a defensive end, like edge rusher, when I was younger, like in middle school. They would throw my ass on the on the line, and I would get sacks, and I loved it. Like rushing the passer, there's not much that's more fun than that. And Lil E, oh, is that? Oh, that was chewing tobacco? Brother Ginger, if that's the case, you got to put up the famous quote, "You throw like a girl." Nothing worse than that. The Jared Allen arm rill and what? Arm roll. So he does this. This is the Jared Allen. You get on a knee and you wind it up, and it's like the Jack in the Box. All right, let's see. Let's go quick bets. Seattle player to catch the ball. Cooper Kupp. Let's go Charbonnet to I got it in. Seattle's 11th drive. Zach Charbonnet and JSN. I only selected Charbonnet because he was at plus 850. Pull up the clip. What clip? What clip? I wanna do it, Lily. Here we go. False start. Awesome. Well, now we're going to get a throw to Kenneth Walker. Oh, you throw like a girl. I can. I'll get copyright, but I'll do you one better. I'll do you one better.
You pop for apples in the toilet.
And you like it.
You play ball like a girl. What did you say? You heard me. Tomorrow, noon, at our field. It's a buffalo blood breath. Count on it, pee drinking crap face.
Great song choice here. Mm. I don't even know if that's like an actual song. It just sounds like the 70s. Sounds like Fleetwood Mac. There's Walker. Trying to bet on the. Dude, he's half a yard short. Oh, it's a fake punt, maybe. Look at this lineup. So they were just pretending. They were pretending that they were going to go for a fake punt, but they didn't actually snap it. Oh my gosh, almost blocked. And that song was from Happy Gilmore. Really? Which part of Happy Gilmore? This song? I would be willing to bet a lot that that's not in Happy Gilmore. I pretty much have Happy Gilmore's entire movie downloaded in my brain. Let me see. Hold on. I'm not saying you're wrong, but this is a hot debate here. Okay, here's a list of all 8 songs from The Sandlot. There Goes My Baby, number 1. The Line 16. That's at the pool. The 4th of July, when they're playing baseball under the lights. Oh no, this is the 4th of July. This is what's her name? Whitney Peppercorn? Wendy Peppercorn. Then the baseball under the lights. Green Onions. This song's called Green Onions. Booker T and the MGs. There it is. Booker T and the MGs. Now let's go to the first off, we're gonna download that. Green Onions. Booker T and the Green Onions. Download. Boom. And now we're gonna go and incomplete Nico Collins. We're gonna go Happy Gilmore soundtrack. Oh my God, you're right. Lil E, you're right, buddy. I don't understand. When? Green Onions. It's the last song of the movie. Can you paint the scene for me? When is that? I should have never doubted you with anything as random as that. But I just couldn't hear that in Happy Gilmore, and I still can't. Like Sandlot, it's like easy to go to that. Okay, but like Sandlot, I'm like, where? And I'm trying to think on my own. Like the only place I can even think is like when he's playing golf. But which time? Doesn't ring a bell. There we go. Okay, I got it right here. Green Onions. Oh my gosh, look at this. It has every song and it tells me when it's played. Jump Around. Happy has a golf montage. Endless Love. Virginia ice skating, of course. What? Friends listen to Endless Love in the Dark. Carry On. Wayward Son. The only one that doesn't have a description is Green Onions. It says add scene description. During his first tournament when he moves up the leaderboard. We are a solid unit. We really are. Collectively, there's not much we don't know. I thought it was when the first leaderboard was shown. Yeah. When he signed some titties, should have been She's only gotten hotter. Is that true? That's awesome. Good for her. Okay, big 3rd and 9. This is big. Look at Seattle, dude. They're showing and they're bringing it. And this is a big opportunity because they picked up the blitz and it's just thrown way too far. That was a opportunity. That's exactly why Mike McDonald isn't going for it on 4th and 1 because the Texans haven't even proven that they can get a first down. Ooh, a hard run back to take it. Take it to the 35-yard line. Actually goes to the 37. And let's go. Modern Family mom. Your boy would break her in half, though. She's about 84 pounds. I feel like there is such thing as too. I feel like I need something to grab onto. You know what I mean? Just a little something to. Okay, I won't. All right. So, wow, they don't even go to a commercial break. All right, let's see. Texans are plus 7,000 to win. Wow. I think it's worth it's worth $1. $655. I mean, if they score a touchdown here, the Texans are at plus 7,000. Oh, incomplete. Mm. JSM plus 650 to have 150 passing yards, but he only needs 23 more yards. So if he has another 20 plus yard reception, that's gonna hit. Damn, that was the shovel pass that I had bet on last time. Fumble. Texans ball. Wow. I got it in. Houston Texans money line. Xavier Hutchin and Harrison Bryant to score a touchdown. $534. Nine-yard gain. Woody Marks right away. It's amazing how strong the servers have to be for this online betting because it's like somebody has to be at the game almost to, you know, like to make sure that they don't get behind the play. Come on, hit Xavier Hutchinson. Ah, throwing it away. A flag down. Illegal blindside block. What? Where's the illegal? They called an illegal blindside block, not. How is that an illegal blindside block? What? But the hit on CJ Stroud's okay? That makes no sense. What is going on? CJ Stroud is so antsy. Can't have the double skinny. Thick is deep. Young T, remember that. Uh-oh. CJ's going to run. Oh, my gosh. Is he just, like, not athletic? Like, Daniel Jones looks like a way better runner. And we saw Daniel Jones trip over his own feet. It's like CJ Stroud starts running and he just trips. Like, he just looks like a dork. Where is he throwing that? Why aren't they running any quick? CJ wanted a penalty there. CJ felt like that should have been a penalty. Look how far he's had to run back. Wow. This is crazy. The Texans can't throw the ball. How bad is this offensive line? Still should have caught that ball. Like, how many passing yards does CJ Stroud have right now? Well, we finally go to a commercial break. All right, this drive is going to have 2 catches for Cooper Kupp, 1 catch for Charbonnet, and 1 catch for JSN. $1 wins $655. That's crazy. $1 wins $655. If just Cooper Kupp has 2 quick catches, they dump one off to Charbonnet, and they throw one to JSN. Let's see. Seahawks, Darnold passing yards. Let's see. He has 30 passing yards parlayed with JSN. Sam Darnold to have 30 passing yards and JSN to have 1 catch on this drive to win $10. Why isn't CJ Stroud in a medical tent? They just showed how hard he banged his head on the back. Here's the handoff. Kenneth Walker breaks free for 16. But there's a penalty. Dang. All right, so maybe a pass to Charbonnet here? Just for fun? One to Charbonnet, 2 to Cooper Kupp, 1 to JSN, $650 for me. Charbonnet's in the field. He's on the field. Cooper Kupp. He's gonna throw it. Intercepted. Derek Stingley Jr. Oh my gosh. There's a full-out brawl going on. Look at this. Now, how many interceptions has Sam Darnold thrown today? Oh, is Nico Collins out for the game? I didn't realize Nico Collins was out. Is Nico Collins back in the game? They haven't even announced anything. Where's Nico? Headed back to the locker room, will not return. So there goes my bet. It's just injuries. Here we go. They're going to need more Xavier Hutchinson. Dalton Schultz. Now Schultz is hurt. Now Dalton Schultz is hurt. Third and 5 now. You got Woody Marks. You got Nick Chubb, Xavier Hutchinson. No Nico Collins. No Schultz. No, Schultz is back in. Schultz is back in. They're bringing pressure. Stroud firing. Man, he's just not giving his receiver a good opportunity to make a play here. I think he's hoping Hutchinson gets underneath him. Crowd's been kind of quiet tonight. Caught. Noel. Now it's 1st and goal, and they're about to make it a one-possession game. I think the Seahawks are gonna respond on this next drive. Bart's. Did he get there? Seattle's going to come out and be aggressive on this next series. Stroud looking. Has to throw it into the dirt. Third and goal. Why wouldn't you just do the QB sneak tush push? Lily says throw it to Schultz. Just run the QB sneak. Just QB sneak it. Why are you going backwards? Why do you keep throwing it? My God. You're 6'4", 225. Just QB sneak it. You that big of a... Why? Dude, you... It's 4th and goal now. You've tried... Seriously, if you can't QB sneak it and get a half a yard, you don't deserve to win. That's my philosophy. Run the QB sneak. If you don't pick it up, you don't deserve to win. That's where I'm at. If you're scared about Schultz getting hurt, or I'm sorry, not Schultz, but if you're scared of CJ Stroud getting hurt, put Schultz under center. There you go. You got the fullback in the game. Run the QB sneak. Wow. Whistles blew before the... Ball start. Unbelievable. The Texans suck, man. Seriously, the Texans are so bad. Why can't you just run the QB sneak? Seattle just called another timeout. So I called 2 timeouts. Oh, yeah, and Lil E, while you're in here, make sure you go to my YouTube channel and go to posts and join my Discord. Oh, that was the false start. Or that was offsides. Where's the offsides? How is that not offsides? Oh. How is that not offsides? Dude, these refs suck. The amount of false starts and offsides that continue to get missed every single week. How is that not What? Jeez. Unbelievable. Look at Charbonnet. 3 hard-earned yards. I joined it earlier. I'm in as little E. Change the server name to little E. Okay, perfect. Hell yeah. I love it. I'm gonna do like a call-in, like a radio show, and we're gonna be able to be like answer, questions live. It's gonna be fun. Here we go. Darnold throwing it deep for JSN, but there's no one over there. Teams with 4+ takeaways, 9-1. The only team that lost was the Titans versus Broncos week 1. And you know why? Because we have an elite defense. That's the same reason why Seattle's going to win despite the turnovers. They couldn't turn them into points. That's a safe. What'd they say? If any part of the ball is out of the end zone, it's not a safety. Ooh. But you know what? We've seen the Texans really close to blocking some field goal or some punts, and now they're gonna have only 10 yards to punt. We may see a block here. Oh, they're able to get it off, but it's gonna be returned from the 43. Oh, and he falls. What do the Texans do well? They just can't capitalize on any good situations. They get a short field, they can't score. They get to the 1, they can't punch it in. They get a punt being kicked from the back of the end zone, they trip on the return. They get 4 turnovers, they can't turn any of them into points. They get a wide open receiver in the back of the end zone, CJ throws a bad ball. At some point, you need to start capitalizing. At some point, you need to start capitalizing on some of these opportunities. Stroud going deep, caught. He gets up. What are you getting up celebrating first? Oh shit, we're running no huddle, but first, hold on. Like, dude, what are you doing? Jeez, like, read the room. Read the friggin' room, dude. Oh, no huddle. Wait, hold on. Yeah. Okay. Go. Snap it. They're not set. Go. Oh my god, dude. Where is CJ throwing that? CJ 21 for 46. Jeez. You know what's crazy? Three of the top 8 players with the most touchdowns this year are all on the Cowboys. Wow. 290. Something said 297. I don't know what. Second and 15. Pressure coming. CJ Stroud's like the ball's being snapped and he's just backpedaling. He doesn't have a 50-50 guy. Like he should be able to throw a ball up and he just doesn't have that receiver. He's like, "Go get it. You're going to bring all these people, you're going to pay for it." CJ, now he's going to run it and he's look at him. Look at him falling. He runs like he's a 40-year-old quarterback. Is he, like, deeply scared of contact? First down. Where? Fakes the handoff. There we go. We're getting a little creative finally. Wow. Is that a touchdown? Is that can we call a touchdown? Let's see. Oh my gosh. God, someone make a play. Jeez. The Texans should have tied this game. Jeez. They lose 2 on a run, 3rd and goal. Look at this. They go, "Hey, we're just gonna run it." No, you're not. Look, the Texans are either one of the worst offensive operations in the NFL or Seattle's the best defense in the NFL. And I think it's the first because the Texans have looked bad when they're playing other teams as well. Finally, touchdown. What, is he hurt now? Jeez, they can't even get a touchdown without it being somehow negative for the team. Touchdown. All right. So now we just need the Seahawks to be aggressive. They're not going to be. They're just going to try to pick up a first down. Honestly, they're just going to try to pick up a first down. If I get lucky, JSN breaks loose for a touchdown, but geez, the Nico Collins injury killed me. Look at this. My whole bet went through besides Nico Collins. My only hope is Cooper Kupp to get 8 yards and JSN to get 17 yards receiving. Here we go. This is going to be returned. So he can't kick it out of the back of the end zone, so they can't preserve the 2-minute warning. What is the deal? Why does this continue to happen? Is there a reason these NFL kickers can't create a touchback anymore? I mean, you would have been better off just kicking the ball out of bounds. I mean, you kick the ball out of bounds, they run a play, you get the 2-minute warning, you lose a total of 2 seconds. Now you have to start using your timeouts and the 2-minute warning's gone. It's a double whammy. You would have been able to use your first timeout on second down, your second on third. You would have gotten the ball back with a minute 52 seconds and 1 timeout, needing only a touchdown in a 2-point conversion to win. Now you're going to have the ball back, hopefully a minute 50 around there with no timeouts. The only difference is that 1 timeout, but it's a free timeout if you can just kick it out of the back of the end zone. Now, here's another thing to consider, okay? On one hand, the time doesn't really change, but you get an extra timeout if you kick it at the back of the end zone. But on the other side, this Texans offense is struggling massively to move the football. You make them return it, they get the ball at the 20, they punt it to you, you start at the 40. Okay, so you only need 60 yards. Whereas you kick it out of the back of the end zone, they start at the 35. They punt it to you, you may need to go 90 yards. Is it worth 30 yards just for an extra timeout? Well, if you have a minute 50, time's not really a factor anyway. So, on second thought, I think it was actually better that the Texans said, "Forget the timeout. The field position is more important." Look, Orlovsky saying, "If you're Houston, that ball's gotta be kicked out of the end zone." I disagree. I agreed at first, but is field position not more important? Why is that all that matters? Oh, they only have 1 timeout? I thought they had 3. Okay. Well, it changes things drastically. Mind you, the Steelers lost to Seattle as well. Seattle is just really good this year with Sam Darnold. That was week 2 when Seattle beat the Steelers. Yeah, and the Steelers just lost to the Bengals. So I don't know if the Steelers are like a measuring stick game. Like, I think the Seahawks are better than the Steelers, but I don't know if that means they're elite. I think right now they're a top 5 team for sure, but I thought that before this game. Still, though, the Texans have had so many opportunities. Like, it is arguably unacceptable that the Texans haven't been able to just play better offensively, but you start wondering, like, okay, no Tank Dell, no Nico Collins, no Joe Mixon, no Laramie Tunsil. Dalton Schultz is banged up. This offensive line's atrocious. You're going out there with a bunch of rookies. It's like Xavier Hutchinson, who just drafted a couple years ago, is now the most experienced guy out there, and Woody Marks is. I don't know. I don't think this is even a playoff team. So here, the Texans are going to get the ball back with 20 seconds. The flag is going to stop the clock. And if this is on Houston, the game's over. If it's on Seattle, it's a lifesaver. That's game. Wow. Wow. Ginger said, I'm getting older. I couldn't tell if you said sometimes you just see Cox or sometimes you just see Knox. In the words of Joe Dirt. That's cool, brother. Sometimes you just see Hawks. Sometimes I can't remember what I said either. I guess that means I'm getting older as well. Well, to be fair, Brother K, the D played terrible because Tomlin rarely played Nick Herbig against the Bengals. He played Highsmith more snap counts than Nick Herbig, which Watt and Herbig are a dynamic D. But why is that the case then? Like, why didn't the Steelers, because I don't judge a team just based on the team. For instance, if you have, let's say they had Nico Collins and Tank Dell and D'Amico Ryans was just choosing not to play them, I wouldn't say the Texans are a top 5 team if they played their starters. I would rank them by the product I see, regardless of, because bad coaching personnel decisions negatively affect the team, and the team is ultimately what we're grading at the end of the day. So I get what you're saying. Like, you're saying there is a better version of the Steelers that we did not see because of this decision that was made by Mike Tomlin. But I can only judge the product that they put on the field. It's like with Denver. It's like, I know that they're capable of playing so much better if they don't wait till the fourth quarter to score 33 points. It's like we had the leverage penalty against the Colts, and we give up 10 points in the final 3 minutes to lose to the Chargers. It was like they collapsed. They had that game won. I went downstairs with 7 minutes in the fourth quarter, and I was like, yeah, we're going to win this one. Like, we have a comfortable lead. Chargers can't move the ball. We're dominating them. And all of a sudden, in the final 3 minutes, everything goes their way. And then the penalty, I hate the penalty. I'll never not hate the penalty, and I might be talking about it for years. But you just take the penalty away, and we're 6-1. You don't collapse against the Chargers, like, it's mind-blowing how close Denver could be to being the only undefeated team in the NFL right now. But I can't grade them out that way. Like, I can't put them, number 1. They're the best team in the NFL because, if a couple things went different, like, they would be undefeated. Like, that penalty was bull crap, and I think, like, I have to grade the product. And taking that aside, that was a pretty bad example. A better example is when I say, "This team is beating themselves." Like, the first half of the game, all 3 third downs that we didn't convert were because of drops. That's not gonna happen every single week. We're going to catch those balls. Like, there were very uncharacteristic drops, every ball bounced their way. If I were to grade them out higher because I don't think they're gonna continue to drop the ball, that would be unfair. I have to grade them out as a team that drops the ball until they don't. I have to grade them out as a team that commits terrible penalties until they don't. I have to grade them out as a team that is capable of playing much better football than they are. But until they are, I have to grade them with what I'm actually getting week in and week out. Highsmith had just come back from an injury, and they had Highsmith uh, as a starter over Nick, and Nick and Watt had mad chemistry, and then Watt and Highsmith. Yeah, and maybe that's something that they're gonna have to go back to because obviously what we saw on Saturday, uh, is not gonna cut it. That was just bad a bad product on the field. Also, before I close the stream, just a reminder that I have, a bet in that pays out $144,000. Do you wanna hear what it is? The NFL sack leader, Jonathan Cooper, to win Defensive Player of the Year, Mike Vrabel to win Coach of the Year, Daniel Jones to win MVP, and Bijan Robinson to win Offensive Player of the Year, $144,000. And then I have one more to win 10,000. Tyler Warren to win Rookie of the Year, Nick Benito to win Defensive Player of the Year, Bijan Robinson to win Defensive Player of the Year, Mike Vrabel, Bijan Robinson to win Offensive Player of the Year, Mike Vrabel to win Coach of the Year, Baker Mayfield to win MVP. And that one actually would pay out $57,000 for me. So the early line for the Dodgers and Blue Jays, you got the Dodgers the favorite, -1.5 favorite. And the over-under is at 7.5 runs. And Shiho Ohtani to hit a home run. Who's their best hitter for the Dodgers? Let's see. I don't know anything about baseball. Shohei. Okay. Shohei. And Ginger said, you're going to be pissed when that last one hits all of them besides Baker. Oh, yeah. I will. But I have a different one in. Instead of Baker Mayfield winning MVP, I have Daniel Jones winning MVP. Jonathan Cooper is leading the NFL in sacks right now. I also have another one, Patriots and Jaguars to win more than 7.5 games, and Panthers to win more than 6.5. I felt so good about this that I bet it twice. I put $25 on it. It pays out $145. And then I went back and put another $10 on it. It pays out $59. Because the odds went from 480 to 490 for some reason. So overall, 60. I'll win like $215. Jaguars and Patriots to win more than 7.5 games. Panthers to win more than 6.5. So I need 7 wins and 8 wins. So let me see. NFL. So let's look at the NFL standings now after week 7 has fully concluded. Okay. Okay. In the NFC, the Seattle Seahawks moved to 5-2. The 49ers are 5-2, and the Rams are 5-2. And I made this point. Wow. I only need 3 more wins for the rest of the year by the Panthers. 3 more wins. And for the Patriots, I need 3 more wins. That's going to hit. And the Jaguars, I need 4 more wins. And there's 10 more games left. That's going to hit. I'm going to win 200 plus. But that's why I put so much money on it, because I'm like, that's all going to happen. I thought the Jags, the Patriots, and the Panthers were going to be, I didn't think they were going to be 13-win teams, but I was like, Patriots are my sneaky playoff team this year. And let's actually see if I go back to let's see what we have here. Let's go to YouTube, go to the Only Football, and let's see the AFC. Let's see. Only Football. There we are. Okay, live. Okay, let's see. NFL draft recap. No. Here it is. AFC East predictions. Okay, this is fun to revisit. They are going to they're going to be like, we have a star. We have one of these guys that could be, top 10 quarterback. So whatever back is going to go out there and make the biggest immediate impact is going to be the one that gets the nod. And when it comes to having a terrible offensive line, you're kind of relying. I'll see you, Rams owner, talking about. I'll see you in the NFC Championship. Can you say out of touch? Like,
can you say fuck no?
Oh, are you guys renting one of the box in the end? Oh, maybe Dak knows ball. Why are we talking about the NFC?
30 years.
Oh, I saw that.
Every year. Yeah, it has snowed in Alaska. What would you bet?
Hey, if you want to bet on the Jets making the
2 wide receivers having Randy said there's definitely a lot of upside. Obviously, he's going to be a second-year quarterback. Drake May. It's better for Patriots. It's better for Patriots fans. Like, do you want me to go? Like, we both have Bills, but do you want me to go with the rest of?
Okay, that's where it is. Division that no one can really dispute.
Yeah,
and it's 1, 2.
He could, man.
The Patriots.
I got the Patriots at 4. I've got the Patriots at 4, and Randy already hates me for it. He's saying that the Patriots.
Rick had the Patriots last. I mean, even when they were
2 and 3 team, a little bit more up too. So I've got them third, mostly because of the defense and because of some select names on the offensive line,
Rick
as well as offensive weapons that I think are better than the Patriots. So I've got them third, but I don't think the Jets and Patriots are going to be too far off in terms of win total.
Wow.
And honestly, if those two flip at the end of the year, I wouldn't be surprised.
He thought the Patriots
but I've got
could
the
be
Jets
last.
third in the division.
I feel like Rick always.
The Jets will finish 5-12. The team, look,
they won't get there.
The Jets are in a full rebuild right now. It is what it is. That's what it is. I know that we can't say that with all the talent you said, but do they have the franchise quarterback?
Yeah,
that's the question. And if Justin Fields can come out there and surprise some people, I think they have a 7. No, I'll give them an 8-win ceiling.
Oh, okay.
I feel like that could be their ceiling.
Okay.
But
Justin
coming
Fields
in
did
third
not.
place for me is going to be the Miami Dolphins. Miami, and this is another one of those vibes things, but it's not great. All right. They went 8-9 last year, missing the playoffs. Tua injuries, 6 games not playing. Their offense, which is normally awesome, was 24th with 20.3 points per game. Their defense slipped to 15th in points allowed after losing Christian Wilkins. Bradley Chubb was injured. They added Minkah Fitzpatrick. They added Darren Waller, which is a sneaky acquisition. Remember, Darren Waller pursued a rap career, retired early. And
divorced with his Kelsey Plum WNBA star wife. And then came back.
Yeah, and now he's back. And I'm watching that, and I'm like, dude, Darren Waller was special. And as much as I hate to say that because he was a Raider, he was. They lost Jalen Ramsey. Right, Ramsey went to the Steelers. Calais Campbell and Xavier Howard all gone. They drafted Jake Henner, who's supposed to be a backup quarterback. But didn't Ewer was the guy they drafted?
Quinn Ewers, yeah.
And Quinn Ewers looked terrible. Did you see him?
He did. He looked really.
Okay, so
Dolphins. Mike McDaniel's got, and I was golfing with a guy who's actually a reporter for the Titans. You know, the footage.
Wow.
And, you can't see him because he's Giants. Intense. Coming at you this season. It's the same thing why Vic Fangio went to Philly. He said he couldn't get the players to buy in. And it starts with Mike McDaniel going, to the Heat games with the players, which is cool when you're winning. And it was cool, and they were winning. But when you're not winning, and then you decide your job's in jeopardy and you're going to tighten, the leash on all your players, and they're like, man, like, screw you. Like, sometimes, they say, the way you treat a puppy will determine the type of dog they will be for the rest of their life. Same thing with a plant, same thing with a child. There's a period of time where people make up their minds about you pretty quick. And you can't be like, I'm going to shift to this other guy now once you've been this other guy. And I just don't know if Mike McDaniel can pivot to the place that he needs his players to be to fully buy in the way Belichick had his players buying in. Now, and if they don't make the playoffs, I feel like, I don't know, like he's one of those coaches. I think he was extended already, so he's under contract. That never means that you can't get fired. It's weird because Mike McDaniel just 2 years ago was like, everybody was like, man, why can't I have a cool head coach? I mean,
who wears sunglasses?
In lately.
I got the Patriot or the Dolphins
7
finishing,
wins, 8 wins somewhere around there, and Mike McDaniel getting fired, and the new people coming in not knowing what to do at Tua, and this whole thing gets really out of hand really quick. They may just have to accept that they're going to be mediocre for the next 3 or 4 years, ride out Tua's contract, and get rid of everything.
Yeah, and Randy agrees with you as well. He's saying the same thing. AFC East that is probably more than likely going to be dominated by the Bills.
At number 2, I have the New England Patriots.
Mm-hmm.
And this is going to be very close. Now, I thought about putting the Patriots above the Bills. And
wait, let's go.
I thought about it to be very close.
Mm-hmm.
And this is going to be very close. Now, I thought about putting the Patriots above the Bills. And the reason really comes down to strength of schedule. The Patriots, look, they're going to go week 1 against the Raiders. Then they play the Dolphins, Steelers, Panthers.
Mm-hmm.
And they could very well be 4-1 at that point, losing only to the Steelers. And then they will play the Bills on Sunday Night Football, October 5th. And that game right there could be like, okay, the Patriots, they're going to win one of their games versus the Bills. Is it going to be that one, or is it going to be the Week 15 match? One of them they're going to win. But if they win that one, they're going to be tied for first place in the division, and they're going to go after that and play the Saints, the Titans, and the Browns. And
Guys, do you realize how I look? I'm not even. If this wasn't even me, I would be amazed by this. They're gonna win one of these matchups against the Bills, and if it's this one, talking about the one that they did win, I predicted that they were gonna be in first place with that victory. Look, I gotta screen record this. So this is unbelievable. I knew I had the Patriots in second, but I didn't realize it was this close. This is incredible. Where are we at? So I can clip this. 1:57. Let's see. 1 hour 57 seconds.
Be very close. Now, I thought about putting the Patriots above the Bills, and the reason really comes down to strength of schedule. The Patriots, look, they're going to go week 1 against the Raiders. Then they play the Dolphins, Steelers, Panthers.
Mm-hmm.
And they could very well be 4-1 at that point, losing only to the Steelers.
What is New England's only loss? Hold on. What is New England's only loss? New England beat the Dolphins, lost to the Steelers, beat the Panthers. So New England 5-2. They lost to the Steelers. Hold on. Yeah, they lost to the Steelers, beat the Patriots, beat the Panthers. Okay, so they ended up losing to the Raiders week 1. And then the Steelers, so real close there.
And then they will play the Bills on Sunday Night Football, October 5th. And that game right there could be like, okay, the Patriots, they're going to win one of their games versus the Bills. Is it going to be that one, or is it going to be the Week 15 match? One of them they're going to win. But if they win that one, they're going to be tied for first place in the division, and they're going to go after that and play the Saints, the Titans, and the Browns and the Falcons. And that is like, just
they were tied with the Patriots, with the Bills after beating the Bills. After beating the Bills, the Patriots were tied with the Bills. Yes, they were in first place because of the head-to-head, but they were tied with the same record. And since playing the Bills, they played the Saints, the Titans. They beat the Saints, 25-19. They beat the Titans 31-13. Now they're playing the Browns. This was exactly what I was talking about.
Just based off schedule alone, they could be 7-2. by week 9.
Mm-hmm.
Then they got the Patriots, but then they got Jets. I'm sorry, the Buccaneers, then the Jets, Bengals, then they played the Giants and the Bills last time, Ravens, Jets again, and Dolphins. And I'm like, this is a 10-win team. This is a 10-win team. Can I find 4 losses? Can I find more losses on the Bills' record? And I saw the Bills only play 8 games that I think they could lose, and that includes one of the Patriots. And I think the Bills are a kind of team that win half of the games they could lose. So that brought me to 12-4 record for the Bills. And I got 10-7 for the Patriots.
Okay.
Now 10 wins might not even be enough to make the postseason with the way the Broncos, Chargers, and Chiefs are all, knocking on the 10-win door as well.
Mm-hmm.
So the Patriots, though, are going to put themselves in a position to make the postseason. And maybe based on the schedule that they have, maybe even put themselves in position to not need any help to get in, which is a hell of a rebuild after just 1 year of being one of the worst teams in the NFL. That's what you get when you bring in Vrabel and you draft well and you have a franchise quarterback. And this team is that type of a pop team. Now, what's going to hurt them the most is the offensive line. And as much as Patriot fans seem like they're, comfortable with their offensive line because they got Will Campbell, that they're going to be below mediocre. And if it's the difference between 10-7 and 9-8, it's the difference between making the playoffs and missing the playoffs. It could come down to the offensive line. They signed Alexander Madison, and didn't he get hurt? Alexander Madison. I thought I saw something on Alexander.
Yeah, season-ending injury.
So one of their guys already out for the year.
Gone.
Josh McDaniels, offensive coordinator, terrible head coach. He's a good offensive coordinator, objectively good at being an offensive coordinator. And then Mike Vrabel, we know what we got with him. I like a lot of the guys that they added on the defensive side of the ball. Harold Landry, Carlton Davis, Jabril Peppers, their draft class. We talked about one of their guys returning kickoffs already. Their schedule is, I think, the easiest in the league. They call it the 5th easiest, but I think it's the easiest. I just looked at it. It's insanely
Kyle
easy.
saw it. We know.
So they're being projected with 8 wins. I think this is a 9 or a 10-win team. I think their upside can take you to maybe even 11 wins. If Drake May comes out with Vrabel and they take care of teams like the Saints and the Browns and the Panthers, they're going to put themselves in position to be 7-1, 7-2 by week 9, and everyone's going to be like, where did the Patriots come from? And it's like, well, did anyone look at the schedule? I mean, all they had to do was be kind of good, and they were going to get themselves in position to play meaningful games like the Sunday Night Football game against the Bills. But I can't throw them over the Bills.
No way.
I can't do it because
not yet.
Every single year that they're the team to beat in that division. And I see 12 wins from the Bills. I can get myself to 11 with the Patriots. I can't get to 12.
I understand. And Randy, thank you for this comment. He said, I like you guys, by the way. I'm definitely going to be back in these chats and podcasts throughout the season.
He literally hasn't come.
We appreciate that, Randy. And this is the beautiful part about predictions is we're going to be wrong about a lot of this stuff. And hopefully, except Kyle, of course. Kyle's right about everything. But hopefully.
Oh, my God. Ginger, that's a solid foresight. Yeah, that I knew that I had the Patriots. I forget about the details. I forget about the details that go on within a division prediction. But yeah, I see. I don't see. Let me see if Rick comes around here.
Hopefully not as much, but we appreciate you being here. We appreciate all the chats. Honestly, we do love the interactions. You guys letting us know, like the podcast. He's been here. It's always awesome, a good time. So thank you for subscribing. The Bills dude, they're winning the division. Josh Allen.
Okay, so he doesn't come around. Let me just see, because we know why,
Internet.
Mhm.
You know,
let's pick the
you
Dolphins.
can go back a couple years and just it's forever on the. It's so great too.
Because we go at each other pretty well. Like February when we go over all of them and we just laugh our asses off about it.
And it's so great too because everything we do, it lives forever on the internet.
Mhm.
You know, you can go back a couple years and just watch some of this stuff. I got
You
the
could be
Jets number 1 in my power ranking.
With
Look, they were 13-4 last year. 5 straight AFC East titles. They made
Bills.
running it. So the Bills, it's gonna. I hope that would be awesome. We would still host, a playoff game, but I feel like the Bills, the AFC West is tough to come out of. The Bills are gonna just run through everybody, and just you could go to sleep right now and wake up in January, and you'll see Buffalo playing at home versus a playoff team.
Yeah. Thank you guys.
We'll see, man. The Patriots, their strength of schedule, it's just, man, it is not that difficult for the Patriots. I mean, look, they're playing the Browns, the Falcons, the Bucks. Okay, they're gonna lose one of those games probably. Okay, but still, that's gonna put them at around 7-3. Then they're gonna play the Jets and the Bengals, 9-10. And then you got the Giants, 10-11. Then the Bills, I think the Bills win the second one. So it's like, what, 10-4. Then the Ravens with Lamar, 10-5. The Jets, 11-5. Dolphins, 12-5. Seriously. They're a 12-5 team. They're a 10-7 team. Or I'm sorry. They're a 12-5 team. They're 11-6 if they lose to the Falcons and the Bucks. I see them winning one of them, which would put them at 12-5. Yeah, that's just where we're at. And on the other side, the Bills now have to get to 13, and their schedule is they got the Panthers coming up. That's awesome, right? So let's go 1-0. We'll go 1-0. Then they played the Chiefs. I'm just gonna go 1 for the Chiefs there. 1 for the Dolphins. 1 for the Bills, winning the Dolphins. Then they play the Bucks. We'll just put that in the difficult category. Okay. Then they got the Texans. I'll call it a Bills win. Texans just aren't playing good right now. Then the Steelers. We're going to put that in the difficult category. Then they're going to have the Bengals. We're going to call that a win. Then they play the Patriots. That's going to be a difficult game. Then they got the Cleveland Browns. We'll call it a win. Then they play the Eagles. We'll call it difficult. Then they're playing the Jets. We'll call it an easy win. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So there's 11 games remaining for the Bills. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them are difficult. 5 of them are difficult. If they go 2 and 3 in the difficult games, and once again, the difficult games, Eagles, Patriots, Steelers, Buccaneers, Chiefs. Like I'm not boosting the Texans or the Bengals. Maybe they get Joe back, or Cleveland on the, and like usually you lose a game, one game you shouldn't have lost, like the Packers in Cleveland. Like maybe the Bills dropped the game in Cleveland. All right. But let's say they don't. Okay. If they go 2 and 3, they win their winnable games, they have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 winnable games right now. And right now they have 4 wins. That puts them at 10 wins. Okay? If they go 2-3 in their 5 difficult games, that'll put them at 12-5. The only way and that Patriot game is one of their difficult games. So, if they lose to the Patriots in that second game on December 14th, the Bills are not going to win their division. The only way the Bills are actually going to win this division is if they go 3-2, meaning they're going to have to beat either the Chiefs. I think the Steelers is one. Okay, let's say if I had to rank them, I would go the Steelers. They're going to win that as a difficult game. Okay, the Bucks will go with they pull off a win. Then what do? We got the Patriots. Let's say they split that series and get 3 wins. And then they lose to the Chiefs and Eagles. That would put them at 13-4. But what this means is the Steelers have to win 3 of their 5 difficult games. And that would probably be like that Bucks and the Steelers, these are legitimate opponents and they are must wins. The other thing it means is that the Bills cannot have a Packers loss to Cleveland. They can't have that tight. They can't lose to Cleveland on December 21st. They can't drop one to the Jets. They just the margin for error is 0. And not only that, they need to go 3-2 in their 5 games against playoff teams to close the season. And you go to the Patriots schedule like we just did, and there's just nothing there to be worried about. Like the Patriots are in cruise control. They just are in a much better position. Not only that, they're on top of their division right now. Now the Bills had a bye week, so they're 4-2. The Patriots are 5-2. But I gotta let me see what I gotta go to FanDuel really quick and see who's the favorite to win the division. Let's see playoffs, division winners. The Patriots are an underdog to win the division at plus 160. They're going to win their division. The Steelers are plus 135. The Ravens are still the favorite to win their division. I'm going to take the Steelers to get it done. It's crazy how much weight people are putting on the Steelers loss. It's only their second loss. Yeah, it wasn't a great win, but the Steelers to win their division against the only threat is 3 games back with 12 games left or 11 games left. Let's go Steelers. The Colts to win their division. Now, the Colts are 6-1. The Jaguars are 4-3, but the Colts are just a much better team. And minus 280, that's very good. That's very good odds. The AFC West winner. Now, the Chiefs are minus 125. The Broncos are winning their division right now. They have a 5-2 record, but the Chiefs and Chargers are both 1 game back. I'm going to take Denver at plus 220 to win their division. The Chiefs have a lot of tough games, just like there's a price to pay for being first in your division. And look at the opponents Buffalo has versus the opponents that the Patriots have. I'm going to say the Broncos hang on. The NFC East, this is crazy. This is insane, okay? But I'm gonna probably take the Dallas Cowboys. The Cowboys are 2 games back right now from the Eagles. The Cowboys are coming off a really big win against Commanders, and they're only 2 games back. And when you look at the, let's see, the Cowboys, I know they play the Eagles one more time later. So that right there is only 1 game back if they win that one. And then they got the Cardinals, they got the Broncos, but then they got the Cardinals, the Cowboys, and the Eagles. So even if they lose to the Broncos and they're 3-4, then they'll be 4-4, 5-4, 6-4. Then they play the Chiefs, maybe 6-5. Then they play the Lions, the Vikings, the Chargers, the Commanders, the Giants. It's not going to be easy. It's not going to be easy. The Washington Commanders are also plus 550 to win their division. They're only 2 games back as well. But the NFC East is an official don't touch it for me. And what's even funnier is that the Packers are 4-1-1, and they're in first place in their division over the Lions, who are 5-2-0. The Lions are 5-2. The Packers are 4-1-1. And the Packers win percentage is 750 versus 714 for the Lions. But the Lions are going to win that division, and that's plus 130. So I'll take the Lions. Look at this. Just those 5 things happening, $10 wins $535. Now let's go to the NFC South. The NFC South is a fun place to go. Be careful, though. The Buccaneers are 5-2. The Panthers are 1 game back. And the Panthers are plus 950 to win that division. And can I interest you in the Panthers to win the division at plus 950? Let me tell you why. Number 1, they have one of the best defensive coordinators in the country. Evero is going to be a head coach one day. They are playing better than people think, okay? Now, I'm going to share this with you guys, okay? Let's go to scoring defense. Opponent points per game. Where are the Panthers? Panthers, Carolina. Carolina 13th. Okay. 13th in the league. Where's Tampa Bay? 22nd? Where's Atlanta? 8th. Okay. 21 points versus 20 points. We'll call it a wash between Atlanta and Carolina. All right, let's look at points per game. $20 points per game. The only reason Carolina hasn't won more games is because their offense is scoring exactly the amount that they're giving up, which is not bad, right? That's mediocre. But can the offense score more than 20 points per game? Well, how much are they scoring at home? 29 points per game at home? And 23 in their last 3? Look at this. 13 points last week. Okay? 14.5 points per game on the road. But if you look at their last 3 games, they're scoring 23 points per game. And that's in spite of a 13-point dud last week. Which means they had I think a 38-point game against the Cowboys. And now you get Jalen Coker coming back. Okay? You got T-Mac. You got what's his name? Xavier Legette. You got the Rico Dowdle thing going. Chuba Hubbard's coming back. I think we're going to start. This is like my sneaky pick here. I think the Carolina Panthers are going to start to show you something better than what we've seen. And look, people are forgetting how much this team's been dealing with injuries. They're starting to get healthy at the right time. They lose a bad one against the Jaguars. They lose a bad one against the Cardinals. Not really bad. They lose by 5. And everybody just kind of like, oh, the Panthers, same old Panthers. Then they score 30. Then they lose bad to the Patriots. No shame in that. But they beat the Dolphins. They beat the Cowboys. They beat the Jets. Like the Panthers want to be a good team, but they've had some growing pains along the way. They got the Bills and Packers coming up. That doesn't help. But the Saints, the Falcons, the 49ers, the Rams, the Saints, the Bucks, look at this. I mean, the Panthers are probably going to miss out on the playoffs just because there's just too much good teams they're playing. Look at the Bills, Packers, Niners, Rams, Seahawks, the Buccaneers twice in the last 3 weeks. I'm not saying they can't make the playoffs, but they're going to have to show me what they're made of in the next 2 weeks, starting with the Bills, who I just said has a margin for error at 0 if they want to win their division. How funny is it if I told you going into the Week 8 predictions, one of the games that is going to tell me the most about 2 teams is the Panthers and Bills. Everyone else is probably looking at this game as like, that's every week there's a game you don't need to turn on. This game is crucial. This game is like almost like a playoff game for both of these teams. For the Panthers, it's like, are we going to just not be a playoff team this year? Because if we are, these are the kind of games we need to win. And for the Bills, it's like if we lose this game, the Patriots are going to steal the division. So really good stuff coming up. Yes, Brother Jinja is spot on. Clip it with Rick's prediction. What type of team is Pittsburgh record-wise? Record-wise, they're 4-2 right now because they had their bye week. The Steelers are 4-2, but they're another team that, let's see, Steelers are playing the Packers on Sunday Night Football and then the Colts. Look, we're going to find out in the next 2 weeks what kind of team the Steelers are. They're playing the Packers, the Colts. Then they play the Chargers with a healthy Joe Alt on Sunday Night Football. They're going to be on Sunday Night Football 2 of the next 3 weeks. Then the Bengals and the Bears, then the Bills and the Ravens, then the Dolphins, but then the Lions, then the Browns and the Steelers. It's a brutal schedule. But hey, it doesn't matter. Like, if you're going to be a playoff team, these are the teams you have to beat, starting with Green Bay and then the Colts. So we're going to find out, brother Lily. We're going to find out very soon what kind of team the Steelers are. Because the reason the Ravens are still the favorite to win their division, it's obvious. They're predicting that the Steelers are going to lose against the Packers and the Colts, and the Ravens still have an opportunity to play them twice. That could be 4 losses right there, and boom, the Ravens control their own destiny. So I don't know what kind of team the Steelers are. I know I predicted them to win their division, but I don't love what I saw from them on Thursday, and I need them to prove to me that that was a fluke and it won't happen again. And then finally, the NFC West. You got the Rams, who are the second place favorite. The 49ers are plus 155, so technically the Rams at plus 150 are the favorite. I think the Rams are going to win that division. The Seahawks are plus 260. Look, I'm starting to think the Seahawks can win this division. And the Seahawks are, let's see, the Seahawks are tied for first in the division. It's a 3-way tie. But the Seahawks are the only team of all of those that is fifth in points per game. The Rams are 11th. The 49ers are only scoring 20 points per game. The Rams are scoring 25. Seattle's scoring close to 27. I'm going to go with the Seahawks here. Let's see. $2 wins $369. And these are the only divisions I felt confident betting on. Patriots to win the East. Steelers to win the North. Colts to win the South. Broncos to win the West. Lions to win the North. Seahawks to win the West. $2 wins $369. Broncos are going to have to hold on to that lead, but hey, anytime you're on pace to break the sack record, you're going to be in every game. And I told you guys this before, but like sacks are like momentum killers. They are a very good predictor of who wins games. If there's one team that got 6 or 7 sacks, that team probably won. Unless the other team also got 6 or 7. We typically give up less than 1 sack a game. So that's never the case. So yeah, like it's going to be tough every single week, but it's going to be tough for the Steelers. It's going to be tough for the Bills. It's going to be tough for all of these teams. You know, it's like you look at the schedule for the Steelers and the Broncos and you go, it's just too tough. And it's like, wait a minute. Hold on, they have to play us too. We still have to play the Chiefs twice. It's not a tough game for us. It's a tough game for them. They have to look up on the standings to find us. We look down. And until that's not the case, like we shouldn't be walking like we're not winning our division. And that goes for the Steelers. And that goes for the damn Patriots as well. It's yours until it's not. And it's up for somebody to prove otherwise. But until that happens, it's yours, baby. Own it. Tomorrow we're going to be doing the Breakfast Club as always. I can't wait to do this. And I would actually probably like to break down on just a further, deeper dive as we approach the halfway point on the season. Because I think there's a lot of good stuff to talk about when you get to this point in the year, maybe even opening it up to a Q&A. But thank you guys for watching and listening and commenting, engaging, sharing, liking, subscribing, all of the things that you guys do to keep us thriving. We are winning. We have over 1,000 subscribers because of you guys, and we just cracked that. We have over 1 million views on this channel in the last 28 days because of all of what you guys have done by sharing this content. And just, you're like, I haven't done anything. Well, you showing up and engaging boosts the algorithm. So if you're a person that considers this home, thank you. We will be live tomorrow bringing you more content. But for today, the Houston Texans fall to the Seattle Seahawks, who, bittersweet night, the Mariners eliminated from going to the World Series in a Game 7 game against Toronto. I will say Seattle's stadium was quieter than usual, and that was definitely why. But Seattle, a boring game, great defense on both sides, better offense for Seattle, and they scored in their first 2 drives, and I said it right there. I was like, hey, the Houston Texans lead the NFL in points allowed per game. They're not going to just give up touchdowns every single drive. Like, chances are the Seahawks are going to be done scoring for a while, and that was the case. But unfortunately, the Texans just couldn't capitalize. And it was the same thing with Tampa Bay. Like, Tampa Bay's defense stepped up big time in the second half, but it was just not Baker Mayfield's day. He missed a lot of throws. He was inaccurate. Pressure was getting to him. The Lions look like the best team in the NFL. Jahmyr Gibbs, over 200 yards from scrimmage. Like, a couple minutes into the third quarter, that was the case. So the Lions are just a domination team week in and week out. They will just dominate whoever they play. But overall, there wasn't really a game that came down to the wire. Both teams were playing for something with 5 minutes left, but we all knew pretty much the whole game what was going on in both games. So unfortunately, we didn't get that kind of Broncos Giants type of action, but maybe next year the Broncos Giants will be on primetime television, because that is definitely going to be the game of the year. Tell you right now, if you didn't watch that fourth quarter, not the highlights, organically, the entire fourth quarter, do yourself a favor and lay back, crack a beer, do whatever you do to relax, have some vitamin green, lay back and watch that. And you'll thank me later. If you love football, you're going to love the fourth quarter of that game. I told my brother the same thing. I'm like, but did you see it? And he's like, no. I'm like, watch it. Make sure you watch it. Don't let that game go unwatched because you're like, I know what happens. Really watch it. It was just incredible. I have never missed a game my entire life. I've never seen anything like it. And the fact that we were honoring Demaryius Thomas, it was 100% Mile High magic. Demaryius Thomas's spirit was there. Call me weird for thinking that, but I've never seen anything like that, and it happened on the day that Demaryius Thomas was inducted to the Ring of Fame with his mom and dad there. It's like sometimes you have Victory Monday, and then by Tuesday, it's like you're on to the next week. This is going to be a really hard, as a fan. I know the team is going to turn the page, but as a fan, like, I'm still riding a high off of that win. I feel like I haven't fully even enjoyed it yet because I've been so busy with content, but I'm going to watch some more press conferences, some videos, Twitter engagements. I still got to watch Colin Cowherd and my favorite media people talk about it. And then I'll be ready to go to Dallas, but still have another day to enjoy that one. But thank you guys for watching. I will see you guys on the next stream. Ginger said, no, thank you, sir. Love you guys. Long live Bill Horton, and another good day, brother. See you for breakfast tomorrow. Hell yeah. And I saw it from exactly where I wanted to see it from, man. Wouldn't have meant half as much just watching on TV. Hell yeah. We got to watch that together, man. I mean, that was so cool. My brother actually sent me a clip, and I haven't seen it yet. And he's like, you should watch your reaction live on your stream. He's like, that's what streamers do. Like, they watch clips of, like, their own reaction. I'm like, I didn't know that. So tomorrow I'm going to do it at Breakfast Club. I'm going to hold off until tomorrow. But tomorrow, I hope to see you guys there. Thank you guys for watching. I'll see you guys on the next stream. Long live Bill Horton. Thank you guys. See ya.